I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for being with us here on Balance of Power as we juggle a couple of stories today from New York to Washington and up to Baltimore, where Bloomberg's Kayleigh Lines has been on duty since long before the sun came up. This day after the bridge collapse, with a series of briefings that have taken place. And before we assemble our panel, I'd love to catch up with Kayleigh here on what we know. It's still being called a recovery operation. Kayleigh, how's it going up there?
Yeah, recovery, Joe, is the top priority, according to Maryland Governor Wes Moore, who gaggled with me and a number of reporters earlier today. He wants to be able to provide closure to the families of the 6 individuals that at this point are presumed dead. Of course, those individuals, construction workers who were working on potholes on the bridge at the time of its collision with the dolly and ultimately its collapse. So recovery effort is what is underway here today. Of course, the conditions for that, Joe, are not great. Our radio audience may be able to hear some raindrops as they fall on my umbrella, picked up on my microphone. It is windy, it is cold. The water visibility is not great, and that is just complicating the efforts, in addition to the massive amounts of debris likely in the water from the bridge and the vessel itself and the cargo it was carrying. So it's tough conditions that first responders are working with, and this is likely an effort that could go well beyond today, as will the investigation into what exactly happened, being led by the NTSB. And then after that, of course, we'll be talking about actually getting all of this cleared so the Port of Baltimore can reopen once again and ultimately the bridge be rebuilt.
Well, having you there reminds us of the 6 unaccounted for, Kayleigh, as so many people talk about rebuilding, and we need to have that conversation where the money's going to come from, how this is all going to happen to get this port up and running. It's grounding to see you and hear you from there on this rainy day in Baltimore. I know there are, I believe, 22 ships that were still inside the port. There's no word on when they can get out, is there?
No, it's not clear at this time, Joe, when they'll be able to get out or when any future ships will be able to get back in. Pretty much everything is frozen in time right now, as we do have just a massive blockage right in the middle of this waterway. We're talking here about bridge parts that are still on top of the vessel itself that will need to be removed. And then, of course, everything that is submerged underwater is going to need to be salvaged, resurfaced, in order to make sure that this channel is actually safe for passage for any future vessels. And the dolly itself is going to need to be removed as well. This is a massive container ship that right now is in the middle of things. So this is likely to be an effort that lasts for some time. And no authority who has spoken today or yesterday has been willing to put a firm estimate on just how long this will take. And, of course, the reconstruction of the bridge could be much, much longer.
Incredible images still if you're with us on YouTube to see this a day later. Kayleigh, it's great to have you. We'll connect with Kayleigh Lines once again in Baltimore in about 15 minutes at the top of our next hour, when we're also going to have a conversation with Glenn Ivey, the Democratic congressman from Maryland's 4th District, now in the throes of a debate over how to do this, how to pay for it, how to get help from the federal government to make up for an incredibly important artery here, a shipping lane, and a major disaster for the city of Baltimore. Let's assemble our panel to spend some time on this Wednesday with Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors. With this debate underway now, you've already got, Jeannie, Pete Buttigieg out on TV today making the case for federal funding. This White House knows that it probably won't go the way it did in 2007. We keep hearing about this. The bridge in Minneapolis followed quickly by a unanimous approval of funding. We're told it's different now. Do you believe that?
Yeah, I mean, I hope not, but all signs are that it is different. But I applaud the president, obviously the governor of Maryland, who Kayleigh was just talking about, and of course, Pete Buttigieg, for getting out there so quickly, and the president for making the case that the United States, the Congress needs to move quickly to rebuild this really important bridge and waterway, which obviously is critical to shipping in our nation's capital and on the East Coast and around the world.
What's going to happen, Rick Davis, when Joe Biden drops a supplemental emergency funding request for this bridge? He's already got one hanging out there for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan that has been very controversial on Capitol Hill. Will it feel different when it's put on paper?
Will it feel different? Yeah, it'll feel heavier and more likely to sink to the bottom of the bay, just like this bridge has. Look, I mean, there's nothing that's going to pass this House of Representatives between now and Election Day, other than potentially the Ukraine supplemental. And that's only because the gravity of it all. With all due respect to the people of Baltimore, it's going to be a while before they even know what the costs are going to be to reconstruct this bridge. And I think, frankly, Joe Biden would be much better off making this a part of why he needs to be reelected, because he's got a track record on infrastructure. He's been successful in getting $1 trillion dedicated to U.S. infrastructure, and that he can get this job done for the people of Baltimore if he's reelected. And so I can't imagine a scenario where you're going to see between now and November of this year a substantial funding package of billions of dollars go through for this specific project.
Well, that's a reality check, Jeannie. Does this bridge become a campaign issue?
Yeah, I think it is going to be a campaign issue. You know, it is Republicans who have been talking about the fact that they don't want to invest abroad. They want to make America great. They want to invest at home. Well, here's your opportunity. And Joe Biden will say that. And, you know, there is a scenario in which we get a vote on this, although I agree with Rick, it may not come to pass. But how about if the Democrats do a deal with Mike Johnson to keep his seat in return for votes on these supplementals? It would be really important to see which Republicans are going to vote against fixing this critically important bill, particularly given their mantra has been help the United States spend money at home. Well, here's a chance to do it.
Here's a chance to do it, but it just doesn't always come that easily. Rick, I know you are more optimistic about Ukraine, and I'd like to ask you about that with the idea of this no-interest loan that a lot of people scoffed at a couple of weeks ago when Lindsey Graham brought it forth. Donald Trump has mentioned it, but I keep hearing about it. Is there going to be legislative language at some point that reflects it?
Well, there's only one person more important than the Speaker of the House for determining what goes in this bill, and that's Donald Trump. And he's already made the view that maybe it ought to be a loan. And so that's one of the reasons why you're hearing so much of it. I mean, he is the mouthpiece of the Republican Party, the Congressional Republican Party, the gubernatorial Republican Party, you name it. So you're going to hear that more and more because Donald Trump wants that to be the talking point. That's why Lindsey Graham's making a point of doing it. He went to Kyiv recently and told them that he would support funding for them if it came in the form of a loan. My guess is the folks fighting the war on the front line don't care if it's a loan or cash on hand. They don't care how they get it. They just want it because they need the equipment to be able to fight Russians. And so my guess is it'll be part of the conversation, but that means that we're making progress by actually having a vote in the House. And all that could get ironed out in a conference with the Senate, because obviously the Senate bill wouldn't have that loan provision in it.
We'll have a chance to talk more about the campaign next hour, Jeannie, but Joe Biden's got a lot of water to carry right now. We're talking about funding a bridge. He's trying to make the case for Ukraine. Last evening made quite a bit of news talking about abortion in North Carolina. He's got to deal with the economy, dealing with inflation. At some point, do all of these messages just drown each other out?
No, I don't think so. You know, I think the president can make all of these important statements on the campaign trail. Last night was critically important in North Carolina, the first real joint appearance between Harris and Biden in a long time on the campaign trail, even though it was a White House event technically. And it just shows you how much import they're putting into this issue of healthcare, particularly reproductive rights, which is so much on the minds of so many of us, given what's happening around the country. And of course, they see North Carolina as a state where they can go on the offensive, as opposed to the defense they're playing in so many of these battleground states. So North Carolina, critically important, as is this issue of healthcare for women and people across the country, and our ability as Americans to make our choices about what we do with our bodies ourselves and with our doctors, and not have the heavy hand of the state involved in that. And of course, you're seeing Donald Trump grapple with this as he thinks about potentially finally saying, okay, we get 15 or 16 weeks on abortion. So, he knows that the writing is on the wall for this reproductive issue. It is not a winning campaign strategy for Republicans, as we saw in Alabama with this special election.
I look forward to talking with you both about that, because it is important, although to see the nation obsess over a state rep in Alabama is pretty remarkable and tells us a lot about where we are. What's Donald Trump's message going to be on Ukraine, if not the same one we've been hearing, Rick, that I can solve this in the first 24 hours if I'm reelected?
Oh, I don't think he ever gets into any more detail, because there is no more detail than that, right? It's just the power of his personality is somehow going to part the seas and settle a conflict that's now been going on into its third year, and some would say since 2014. It's just irrational that anybody can snap their fingers and repair that bridge. But look, he's not going to back off of that consideration. He will be even-handed because he loves Putin. And so whatever's good for Putin is good for Donald Trump. And so I think we've already heard from Zelensky that he would be very nervous about any kind of deal that Donald Trump would do, because it would likely leave the Russians in control of large swaths of territory in Ukraine, which the Ukraine people would find completely unacceptable.
Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our signature panel, back together today. And as I mentioned, they'll have more with us next hour after we check in with Kaylee in Baltimore and spend some time with Congressman Glenn Ivey. The Democrat from Maryland will join us this day after the bridge collapse on the fastest show in politics, Balance of Power, only here on Bloomberg.
of politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
It's still a recovery operation in Baltimore. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as rescue crews and investigators stay busy this day after the bridge collapse with an emergency funding debate about to begin in Washington. Thanks for joining us. On the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power, I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We'll connect in a moment with Bloomberg's Kaylee Lines for an update at the scene of the bridge collapse. And we'll have a conversation about funding with Congressman Glenn Ivey. The Maryland Democrat will be with us to give us a sense of this debate that is about to begin. We also expect to hear from Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg in a briefing this hour with analysis from our signature panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us for the hour. And we start, as always, with a look at Wall Street. Let's get up to date on things right now from New York. Here's John Tucker.
All right, Joe, the major stock averages pushing higher as we approach the end of the quarter and possible portfolio rebalancing for investors. Last several trading days, you'll recall, the gains kind of evaporated in the last 30 minutes or so of trading. So we'll see if that continues today, that pattern. While the averages are higher, technology under pressure right now. Communication services and information services, they are the biggest drags in the S&P 500. Cintas is the best performing stock in the S&P 500, up right now over 8%. In fact, the work, uniform, and business service provider boosting its earnings per share guidance for the full year. And then you have Arista Networks, the worst performer. That's down about 4% right now. A co-founder is going to be barred from serving as an executive or public company board member for 5 years. That's all part of an insider trading settlement. And then news just crossing the Bloomberg about Amazon and its investments, investing an additional $2.75 billion in the startup Anthropic. What is Anthropic? Again, that's a startup. It operates as an artificial intelligence safety and research company. So Amazon and the intersection of artificial intelligence. Right now, the S&P 500, 19 points higher. That's up 0.4%, 52.22 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, 287 points higher. That's up about 0.75%, 39,569 on the index. And the Nasdaq Composite Index, 20 points higher. That's up about 0.1% right now. And we check the markets for you all day long. Right here on Bloomberg Radio, I'm John Tucker. And Balance of Power continues with Joe Matthew.
John, thank you. Great to have you with us today on Balance of Power here on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg TV. It is the day after the bridge collapse, and we're going to be hearing shortly from Pete Buttigieg, the Transportation Secretary, holding forth at the White House, which gives me an opportunity to let you know that he'll be joining us right here on Bloomberg. Coming up a short time from now at 2:40 p.m. Eastern Time, Washington time, we'll talk to the Transportation Secretary about the response in Baltimore, about the economic impact and exactly what the Transportation Department is able to do at this time with a funding debate that hasn't even begun yet in Washington and a massive project to be had. So join us at 2:40 for that special conversation as we bring you back to the scene of the collapse right now. My colleague Kaylee Lines is back for a second day now, having heard briefings from authorities. Let's get the latest right now on this recovery mission. It's a rainy day in Baltimore. Kaylee, what can you tell us?
Rainy indeed, which is complicating the recovery efforts that are underway. That together with the wind, the choppiness of the water, the low visibility, and of course the massive amounts of debris that workers are dealing with and trying to recover. The 6 individuals, construction workers, who were on the bridge when it collapsed, who are presumed dead at this time. Now, as you say, we have seen a number of press gatherings happening here over the course of the last day and a half. We heard earlier today from the Maryland Governor Wes Moore, who was talking about how recovery is his #1 priority, and when asked questions about the investigation, said right now it still is simply too early to know many things. He also, though, did point that he will be working together with officials here in the state of Maryland, as well as the congressional delegation in Washington and federal authorities, to make sure funding is secured, not just for the rebuilding of the bridge, which of course President Biden said will be paid for federally yesterday. He promised that, although Congress Congress will need to sign on, but also locally. The Maryland State Legislature does have efforts underway as of today for income replacement for the thousands of individuals who will be affected by the closure of the Port of Baltimore, which of course cannot operate as normal at this time and won't be able to do so until all the debris and the dolly, the vessel itself, has actually cleared the waterway.
We don't have a sense of when they can get that boat out of the way, do we, Kaylee? I know there are 22 other ships stranded, blocked essentially inside the port. I presume they can't leave until the dolly does.
They can't leave. No one else can get in. It really is frozen until all of the waterway can be declared safe for vessels to transit once again. And as for time, Joe, all officials we have spoken with thus far have been very reluctant to put a firm time estimate on the reopening of the port or, of course, the reconstruction of the bridge for that matter, which is likely to be a much longer term project. I know you'll be speaking with Secretary Buttigieg later on today, and I'm sure he will reiterate some of what we heard from him yesterday about how this is not going to be quick. It's not going to be easy. He also said it's not going to be inexpensive. We are talking months, if not years, in terms of reconstruction, and it could potentially be months until the Port of Baltimore is flowing and importing and exporting is happening out of here once again. At this point, it's just really difficult to know for certain.
Do you see boats out the dolly? Kaylee, we know that the NTSB managed to board the ship last night. They got the equivalent of the black box from the dolly. Are they out there now, or was that kind of a one-time mission?
No, they will continue to work aboard the vessel. I actually did speak with an official from the NTSB earlier this morning who said they do plan to board today. There is a 24-person team who will be part of this investigation, and it's not just about getting the data recorders, which of course, as you say, they have obtained one, but also about conducting interviews on those aboard, really trying to get an understanding of what exactly was happening on the vessel in the moments up to it losing power, losing propulsion, and ultimately colliding with the bridge, working with counterparts in Singapore as well, considering this was a Singapore flagged vessel, and the owners and operators have to be considered here as well. So that's an investigation that likely too is going to play out over the course of some period of time. As for what is actually happening on the water, we do know that there are sonar operations underway. The Coast Guard is working actively with the Maryland State Police. The FBI is here as well. The Army Corps of Engineers will be involved in this. Really, you are talking about a cross-agency kind of cooperation that is happening at the state and federal level here, Joe, and all of these workers have been working essentially since 6 a.m. this morning when I got here. That is when this recovery effort officially started today.
Well, you're really bringing that to life for us, Kaylee. Thank you so much for the reporting. Get yourself back to Washington safely. Kaylee Lyons, who would normally be in the chair next to me here on this broadcast with a lot of really important information there. And I'll add the fact that this still being a recovery effort, divers expected back in the water today. We still have 6 people missing and presumed dead, which is something that we still need to remember, even as we talk about the logistics behind this massive project and the economic impact of this bridge collapse. We talked about the funding mechanism and whether the federal government will be able to handle this in a conversation that Kaylee had yesterday with Senator Chris Van Hollen, the Democrat from Maryland, had this to say.
There are some funds in what's called the Emergency Relief Fund. This is a fund within the Federal Highway Administration that is there specifically for this kind of emergency. So once the state makes its submission, which I think they're going to do very shortly, some of those funds can begin to be drawn down. Now, for the larger, longer-term costs, yes, we're going to call upon our colleagues in Congress.
Chris Van Hollen speaking yesterday. His colleague in the House, Glenn Ivey, joins us now, the Democrat from Maryland's 4th District, with us live on Bloomberg TV and radio. Congressman, it's great to have you. Your thoughts today on a funding debate that's about to begin. Can the federal government get this done?
Well, first, I just want to extend my condolences to the families. The hearts are with them, and, the prayers continue to go out for the 6 who they're still seeking to recover. With respect to the funding issues, Senator Van Hollen's absolutely right, and he was very aggressive and quick to get an outreach going to the Department of Transportation for the emergency funds, and we appreciate Secretary Buttigieg making some of those available. We'll see how much, I think, in the very near future, and certainly President Biden's commitment to get federal funding for the rebuilding of the bridge. the congressional debate, we're in recess right now, so it hasn't really started back yet, but I think there's already outreach efforts going on. As you know, we've had challenges in the House in particular with respect to just passing basic legislation. But we've been able to get some things done when necessary. Last week, you just passed the bill, $1 trillion funding bill for keeping the government open. And I'm hoping that this will be the type of tragedy that brings people together instead of pushing, people into partisan corners. And I'm hoping we can get something done here relatively quickly.
Well, we keep hearing it's different than it was, Congressman, in 2007 following the bridge collapse in Minnesota. And I think I understand what people mean by that. But do you believe it in this case, or can people come together on this?
Well, I hope so. I mean, I think, there was some instances in the past where we've had politicians who've, made political stands on these kinds of issues. But as my mother used to say, what goes around comes around. And I remember one or two of them having to come back hat in hand when there were, disasters in their states and they needed help. And President Biden stepped up to help them, even though they were Republicans in red states. So I think we can find a way to do it. And, certainly there's an economic need that's beneficial to the entire country. I mean, you're talking $15 million a day, 15,000 jobs. This is a port that had been, I think, a quarter of coal exports for the country had been going in and out, going out of this port. So I think it's important for us, regionally and nationally to get this thing done.
Well, so Congressman, what does this mean in the interim for your state of Maryland, for your district? Even if this money was approved tonight, we are told this is not a months but years-long project. You just talked about a potential 6-week outage for coal, at least, we understand. The number of autos that come through the Baltimore harbor, the port, could be redistributed to a lot of places. So I know there's a long-term concern about permanent displacement, but what do you do if this is 2 or 3 years, the number of jobs that are relying on this?
Yeah, I think that's the question of the hour. I mean, I think we've got the short, medium, and long-term issues that we have to address. In the short term, I think it's clearing the harbor, getting the packages and the containers off the ship that's stuck there, so we can move that, and the ships that are also stuck in the harbor can move out. I think we want to try and get shipping back up as soon as possible. I think in the interim, I think we've got to figure out, what it's actually going to take to rebuild the bridge. I don't know if it's going to be a new bridge that's next to it, or if they're going to try and repair the one that's there. I don't know if those decisions have been made yet. And I think the long-term piece, it took 5 years to build that bridge, as I understand it. And, that's almost 50 years ago. And, there may have been some technological advances, but it's still going to take a long time to get it done. So I think we have to figure out how to work around that. We've got commuters who travel in and out of their work every day, in and out of Baltimore. We've got people who, truckers in particular, have been using that route. They're going to have to find new ways to move their products. And we've got just, people traveling up and down the Eastern Seaboard. So all of that's going to be challenged. I think we're going to have to look at some sort of intermediate impact assistance to try and help, especially businesses and employees who are getting hammered by this in the near future. And, we'll see what we can do on that front. But I think it's going to be important to see what we can do.
Well, I wonder if that might be included in an emergency relief package. Congressman, is there anything the delegation can do to make permanent the business that exists now in the port of Baltimore? If these cars go to Newark or New York, or they go down south, what says they come back?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question. We're going to have to play it by ear a little bit. I think in the short term, we might be able to provide some sort of subsidies to help these businesses deal with an immediate economic impact. But I think a reality of this is that they're going to have to try and, relocate their businesses to some extent, at least for the period while the port's being restored. Hopefully we can get that done relatively quickly, though, so there won't have to be any long-term changes. I think the bridge is a different question. Businesses that rely on using that bridge for shipping and transporting, that's going to be tougher. because that's going to take, I would think, at least several years to make that a reality. So, but the hope is we can get the port back up and running quickly enough so businesses don't have to take any long-term, steps to revamp or relocate their businesses.
We're spending time with Congressman Glenn Ivey of Maryland this day after the bridge collapse. I know this is a big deal locally, Congressman. We're talking about regional and national impact here, but for a lot of folks who live in Baltimore, it was not only a landmark, not only a way to get to work, it was just part of their day-to-day life here, supporting businesses that we have been describing. There are 6 people still unaccounted for. Can you talk to us about the emotional impact that this is having on Maryland?
Yeah, I think it's really been devastating. I think there's people have really been hurt. It's cut to the heart, I think, on this. And, people who feel for the families who are grieving, people who feel for the community, which relies so extensively on the economic impact that's going to be had by this because they work in or around the ports. And I think, as you mentioned, the sort of the symbolism of the bridge, just to see it down in the water like that, I think is, it's heartbreaking for sure. So there's a symbolic piece of this that's going to be challenging. I think Governor Moore has done an outstanding job of being the healer in charge and taking a strong leadership role and trying to help us recover, certainly economically, but also psychologically and emotionally to the loss that we've sustained here.
You want to see Joe Biden pay a personal visit? I know Pete Buttigieg has already been there, but would a presidential visit be in order?
We'd love to have the president come, but frankly, I mean, the most important piece of this so far, of everything that's happened since the bridge collapsed, was the president's commitment to make sure that we get the bridge back up, and the Fed's going to take the lead in restoring it and making sure that the funding is taken care of. The other thing he said that I liked was, we're not going to wait for litigation to sort all of this stuff out. If there's restitution down the road, that's great. But we want to take the lead in getting the bridge up immediately and not have to wait for the courts to work out who may or may not be liable. And I really appreciated the president's position on that. And also his message to the people of the community. I thought I really appreciated what he's done and said already. And, we look forward to working with him to make sure that Congress can get its piece of this done as well.
Glad you could be with us this day after the collapse, Congressman. Thank you. Glenn Ivey, Democrat from Maryland, with us on Balance of Power as we carry on with our panel next. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are on the way on the fastest show in politics. This is Bloomberg.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. This on a day when the major averages for now, they are still higher. You have the S&P 500 up 19 points, a rise of about 0.4%, 52.22 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 282 points. That's up about 0.75%. The Nasdaq Composite Index, a volatile trading session there. Right now it's up 15 points. That's up about 0.1%. Recall yesterday the S&P 500 reversed course in just the last 30 minutes of trading. Shares of Nvidia leading losses in mega caps, and that is pressuring the major averages. Tech-heavy Nasdaq again. That's been a volatile session. Amazon says it's investing an additional $2.75 billion into Anthropic. That's an artificial intelligence startup. The infusion brings Amazon's total investment in the company to $4 billion. That's a well-regarded builder of so-called generative AI tools. Right now, shares of Amazon, they're higher, about 0.7% higher. Among the most actively traded shares, those of Carnival, up 3.5% after the cruise line company reported first quarter results. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of Power continues with Joe Matthew.
Thanks, John Tucker. We'll get back to John for an update on trading again a little later this hour. That's the way we do it here on Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for being with us on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite, and on Bloomberg TV. It's good to see you here on the Wednesday edition as we keep our eyes on DJT, the stock that is up again today, another 16%, and what has turned into a rather lucrative week for the former president. We've been talking about this SPAC deal, of course, and it comes just a couple of days after an appeals court dramatically lowered the bond payment that he is due to pay in his civil case in New York. While just yesterday, the day the SPAC happened, up 16%, pushed his net worth to $7.2 billion on paper. Yet the headline says it all here at Bloomberg. Donald Trump is richer than ever, yet still strapped for cash. That's where we start with our political panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Rick, I'm scratching my head here. On a day like this, I realize the lockup period goes on. He can't sell the shares quite yet, but how are you enriched to more than $7 billion, yet still cash poor for someone like Donald Trump?
Yeah, I wonder if he's thinking, why the heck did I run for president? I could have this $7 billion. Nobody would care. I would enjoy myself. I guess being rich and powerful is his game. Look, I mean, he has a 6-month tie-up. It's pretty typical in IPOs and SPAC deals. Mm-hmm. He would have to have a vote, probably the shareholders, in order to get him access to that money. But in 6 months, he'll still be a candidate for president and need to pay bills. And frankly, probably a different attitude by a lot of banks as to whether or not he could get a loan for his campaign if he needed cash. But it does change the complexion of his net worth. And we'll see how long the price can stay up this high on a company that lost $40 million last year. So but it won't be the first internet play that lost money for a long time and had a huge valuation. So I would say he's got a lot more options now on funding that campaign and paying these fines than he did a couple of days ago.
Not lost on us that this is now the most expensive short on Wall Street, as investors bet on one direction here. Keep your hands off Trump Tower, Jeannie Shanzano. That's what the Trump campaign texted to supporters on Sunday. In this case here, where he is still due to pay that bond, if he can't make it, and we don't know how much cash he has right now, whether he'll be able to make that payment, Letitia James is standing by to seize properties. He's raising money just on the threat right now. How long can that continue?
Oh, it can continue. And Joe, just in case he can't keep raising money that way, you can buy his new $60 Bible as well.
Well, that's right.
So, he has expanded out from the sneakers and all the other things, the ties. He is now selling us Bibles. So, he is prepared should anything go south. So I wouldn't worry about him too much at this point.
I think, I believe it's called the God Bless the USA Bible, Jeannie, just to delineate. There are many Bibles, but there's only one that is being sold by Donald Trump, and I think it's $59.99. I'm not too sure. Rick, when you see this stuff, the NFTs, the sneakers, the Bibles, is that actually to make money to pay attorneys or fund the campaign, or is this an opportunity to market himself, to get the brand out there?
I think it's a focus on branding. This is what he's done his entire career. But I also think there's like this entire network of grifters that surround him who come up with these ideas, whether it's, fake universities or wine or steaks or water. And this is just sort of the next iteration of that try and trade off of his good name. I mean, there's no question that the Trump brand has made lots of money for Donald Trump and his family over the years. And look, I watched this movie about Nike, and Michael Jordan's sneakers, the first year they were out, made $164 million, and that was 30 years ago. Maybe he could do something like that. The Donald Trump sneaker could be like Air Jordans. But the bottom line is, this is just endemic in who he is. A lot of people call it the grifter family. Whatever it is, he just has this desire to sell, sell, sell. And I don't think he's ever seen a product that he didn't want to put his name on.
The investor in Rick smells opportunity in the Trump sneakers, I think. Rick, I've got to ask you about what's going on the RNC. And Jeannie, I want to hear from you too on this. The Washington Post out with a story today about a litmus test. Now, we know that Donald Trump has populated the upper ranks of the RNC and fired a lot of people. But now, as they try to hire up following the purge, people are being asked in job interviews if they believe the 2020 election was stolen. Rick, we've talked about the quote-unquote transformation being complete. What does this mean for the RNC moving forward in this campaign?
Yeah, it's a pretty disturbing development. Normally, what you care about people working at the RNC is what kind of political skills they have, what experience they have in states, what do they bring to the table to try and win an election. This idea that they're only going to hire people who actually believe in the big lie is a forerunner of what we might be able to expect.
Rick, I'm sorry to interrupt. We just have to go to the White House to hear from the Transportation Secretary. Pete Buttigieg, I should say, just reached the podium. He's live in the briefing room. Let's watch and listen on Bloomberg.
And they have our gratitude. In fact, if not for several factors, including those responders' efforts, the Mayday call, the maintenance closure that was already underway, and the time of day of this impact, the loss of life might have been in the dozens. But tragically, 6 people did lose their lives, and a 7th was badly injured. These were workers who went out to work on a night shift, repairing the road surface while most of us slept. Work is undergoing to recover their remains, and our thoughts and prayers are with their loved ones whose lives are never going to be the same. Even as those families come to terms with this grief, and even as those recovery operations continue, work is underway to investigate what happened and to restore the key transportation resources that were impacted. When it comes to the investigative work led by the NTSB and supported by the Coast Guard, I will respect their independence and not comment on that work, but I do appreciate being able to engage with NTSB, Coast Guard, and other personnel yesterday at the site. I also spent time with Governor Moore, and I want to express my appreciation for his leadership. The governor's responded to this unthinkable event with focus and compassion, and we're going to be working closely with him and with his state's DOT to support Maryland in their work to rebuild the bridge and reopen the port. I also want to thank Mayor Scott, County Executive Olszewski for their work and their team's work ensuring all resources are brought to bear in that response. While the investigation and the response continue, President Biden has made clear that this whole administration will be providing support in every respect for the recovery and the rebuilding process. From a Department of Transportation perspective, that really comes down to 4 major focus areas. Reopen the port, deal with the supply chain implications until the port does reopen, rebuild the bridge, and deal with the surface transportation implications until the bridge is rebuilt. Each of those is a distinct line of effort, and we're already taking steps toward each goal. With regard to the port, again, the Coast Guard, in coordination with the Army Corps of Engineers, will lead on the channel cleanup and the reopening so that that port can get back to full operation. We are concerned about the local economic impact, with some 8,000 jobs directly associated with port activities. And we are concerned about implications that will ripple out beyond the immediate region because of the because of the port's role in our supply chains. This is an important port for both imports and exports, and it's America's largest vehicle handling port, which is important not only for car imports and exports, but also for farm equipment. No matter how quickly the channel can be reopened, we know that it can't happen overnight, and so we're going to have to manage the impacts in the meantime. We're working to mitigate some of those impacts, including using tools that didn't exist just a few years ago. Following the disruptions to supply chains from the COVID pandemic, President Biden's infrastructure package included the establishment of a new freight office within our department to help coordinate goods movement in ways that were not possible before. To be clear, ocean shipping is not centrally controlled the way you might expect with, for example, air traffic control. So having these tools allows us to create coordination that just didn't exist before. It's helped us to smooth out supply chains after COVID. It's helped us to manage the Red Sea crisis, and we're using it now to help the hundreds of different private supply chain actors get better coordinated to keep goods moving. Tomorrow, I will be convening shippers and other supply chain partners to understand their needs and to promote a coordinated approach as they adapt to the temporary disruptions while we plan mitigations. That said, the Port of Baltimore is an important port, so for our supply chains and for all the workers who depend on it for their income, we're going to help to get it open as soon as safely possible. Now, for the bridge, we are going to be working with NTSB as they lead their independent investigation. It's too early to speculate, of course, what NTSB will find, but if they discover or determine anything that should be considered in the regulation, inspection, design, or funding of bridges in the future, we will be ready to apply those findings. What we do know is a bridge like this one, completed in the 1970s, was simply not made to withstand a direct impact on a critical support pier from a vessel that weighs about 200 million pounds, orders of magnitude bigger than cargo ships that were in service in that region at the time that the bridge was first built. We also know that this is yet another demonstration of the importance of our roads and bridges, which is one of many reasons why the Biden-Harris administration worked so hard to get the infrastructure package passed, and why roads and bridges are the single biggest category in that package. We are committed to delivering every federal resource needed to help Maryland get back to normal, and we're going to work with them every step of the way to rebuild this bridge. It is not going to be simple. When we helped Pennsylvania and California swiftly reopen I-95 and I-10 respectively, there was terrific done work there, but that was addressing comparatively short spans of bridges over land relative to this span over water. And of course, in the Baltimore case, we still don't fully know the condition of the portions of the bridge that are still standing or of infrastructure that is below the surface of the water. So rebuilding will not be quick or easy or cheap, but we will get it done. As I mentioned, we're working with city, county, and state, and I also want to add that we've been closely engaged with the Maryland congressional delegation, many of whom were on hand yesterday, and who are doing a tremendous job advocating for their state. They've made it clear that they will work with us to push for any help that we need from Congress. Bottom line, as President Biden has made clear, the federal government will provide all of the support that Maryland and Baltimore need for as long as it takes, and we will work with Congress to deliver on that. I'll end with this. For the families of those presumed lost, for the people of Baltimore who are going to be feeling this closure in day-to-day life, and for everyone affected by the port closure and its supply chain impacts, the President and the whole government will be here with you until everything is rebuilt stronger than ever. Our country put its arms around Florida when the Sunshine Skyway Bridge collapsed in 1980. America rallied around Minnesota after the bridge there collapsed in 2007. This will be a long and difficult path, but we will come together around Baltimore, and we will rebuild together. Admiral?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary and Karine. So let me just add to what the Secretary has already briefed you on here. So Yesterday
All right, there you
evening,
have
I
it
think,
from
as
the
you know,
Transportation
after
Secretary,
intense
Pete
multi-
Buttigieg, speaking in the White House briefing room. We'll let you know if he makes any more news in answering questions from reporters, but very important to hear some of this information the day after the bridge collapse in Baltimore, which of course brought him forward, and the very reason why we are going to be talking with Pete Buttigieg right here on Bloomberg TV and radio 1 hour from now. Do join us at 2:40 p.m. Washington time for that conversation from the White House. Of course, we all have a lot of questions, and he managed to answer some of them in his conversation here. He will be convening shippers and supply chain partners tomorrow, as we learned, referring to the freight office that was created during the COVID pandemic with the supply chain crisis, one that he says has been helping to coordinate hundreds of supply chain partners. If they do discover anything, he said, that would determine a need for different designs or regulations moving forward during this investigation, they will adopt them. But he made clear, quote, "It is not going to be simple," unquote. He said it won't be quick or easy, and did answer the question that so many of us had. This bridge was not designed in the 1970s to withstand the impact from a cargo vessel like this. The question is, will the next one? Let's reassemble our panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Having heard from the Transportation Secretary now a second day, Jeannie, he's making it pretty clear here. This is going to take a very long time, and they clearly still don't know how long or what resources will be needed. We're not even sure if the portions of this bridge still standing will be able to be part of this. When you consider the complexity of this project, it's one that's going to outlive likely this administration, isn't it?
It is. I mean, I thought that was very striking what you just mentioned when he said, you know, as dedicated as they are to moving forward with these repairs, they still don't know how long it will take. They don't know the condition of the bridge, what's under the water, the infrastructure. So many unanswered questions. And I think, you know, at this point, one of the most important things I heard him say was the nation has, this is what we do as a U.S. federal government, whether it's Florida, whether it's Minnesota, California, Maryland. When we have these tragedies, we come together, and as long as it takes, we're there to fix this. And promising to do that, I think, is a really important thing to hear from.
The way I think about culture is they call organizations superorganisms. It's a collection of people, but the collection is greater than the individuals combined. So 1 + 1 is not 2, ideally it's 3 and greater. So if you were to look at a single person, a person has a set of core values, they may have dreams and aspirations. If you kind of map that to an organization, you can also think of the culture as your core values, personal core values turn into corporate core values, your organization's strengths and weaknesses. All those things collectively combined is something that we kind of put a label on it called a culture. A culture is like a muscle memory. It's very hard to change a habit. It's very hard to just say, hey, today we're going to define our culture as XYZ. We're just going to change this way. Like, it doesn't work like that. It's a collection of people's habits. That's like, again, like a superorganism. So you have to like really nudge and create an iterative feedback loop. It's a slowly evolving thing. So that's why it's so critical. Like your day-to-day decision-making, day-to-day operation, everyday execution is really dictated by the culture of your organization, not by a couple of like checklists. It's not what you write on the wall. It's what you do and live and breathe every day. And that is the culture.
To unlock the dolly by lifting off all these massive steel girders that fell on top of it. So, and that's before you even get to thinking about like how to avoid this in the future. And I thought that the Secretary Buttigieg's point he made about how this kind of vessel, this massive vessel, millions of tons, didn't exist when this bridge was built, and the criteria that was put together as to how hard these pylons need to be. And you forget that we've come a long way since the 1970s on this kind of transportation. Maybe there's all new capabilities, all new materials that need to be put to bear on the next bridge that's built there. And that could take some time.
Well, that's their hope. And indeed, that's going to add to the cost and complexity of this whole project. The bow, the ship, to your point, Rick, is sitting on the bottom of the harbor right now because of the weight of the bridge debris that's laying on the boat. The Coast Guard explaining this from the White House. Divers are in the water today to finish their underwater survey as they try to get a sense of whether there's any damage underneath the water line to the vessel. Remotely operated vehicle divers will be in the water today to complete that underwater survey. So I suspect that in the next 12 to 24 hours, we will again have a much better sense of what this is going to look like here in the near term. But when you consider a years-long project, this is something that we're going to be talking about for a long time. Jeannie, we talked to Congressman Glenn Ivey. Now here you've got a Democrat from Maryland who's worried about his district. He's worried about his state's economy, never mind the regional and national impacts here. Will there be emergency funding from this administration for the people affected by this, who are left jobless by this?
Yeah, I think the administration is working on that now to move that forward. And of course, as he was talking to you about, the state is also working on that. But this is absolutely something that the U.S. government has got to do. This is what we do in any kind of disaster, whether it's natural, whether it is, a man-made, an accident like this seems to have been. They step in to help those people directly impacted. And of course, in addition to the people who unfortunately lost their lives, as you mentioned, there are thousands of people who depend on this bridge. There are people who work on the bridge. So this is very disruptive, and they do need economic assistance to move forward while these repairs and rebuilding are going on so they can keep moving forward with their lives.
We understand that the Maryland Department of Transportation has now formally made an emergency relief funding request. Adding to our conversation here, Rick, what's going to happen to it?
Yeah, Joe, I was just going to ask whether or not you'd seen anything on the wire as to whether a disaster declaration has been requested. Yep. I'm surprised to not have seen that in advance at this moment. But that unlocks a lot of federal resources, right? If the president accepts the disaster request, then FEMA goes to work. A lot of very talented people who are used to these kinds of situations get deployed to the Baltimore area. It helps relieve some of the pressure financially on the community that's directly affected. The people of Dundalk, Maryland, who rely on the ports as a means of their livelihood, thousands of workers probably are wondering what's going to happen to them in the course of this. We're still early stages with what we know is going to happen in that port. And the reconstitution of the navigable waters there in the bridge. But a lot of effort's going to be put forth between now and then to basically stabilize the economy there, and make sure people's interests are attended to.
We've talked a lot about, Jeannie, the impact this could have on the auto sector, and it's one that has already been troubled with supply chain concerns. People are on waiting lists for cars, and they've been awfully expensive as a result here. Used cars, too, which will now be in even more demand. The inflationary impact, which could take time to gauge, could be a major problem for Joe Biden in the length of time that he has to run for re-election. We're already talking about higher for longer at the Fed, and now this.
Yeah, I mean, it is an enormous concern, obviously, most importantly for all the people affected, by these potentially higher prices. But from a political perspective for the campaign, this is, there are benefits to running as an incumbent, and there are also drawbacks. And one of those is these unexpected incidents, situations, horrific events that pop up that you don't expect that can pretty much change everything. And, this is something that could do that. I do think that so far, at least, the White House, we just heard from Pete Buttigieg, the governor of Maryland, the president himself have responded correctly. But this is a test for them, certainly. We've seen this over and over again. It is when disasters strike that people turn to their government and say, here, we need help. And so we've got to see if people feel like they are feeling responded to and assisted. And that's going to be a test for Biden, for, the governor of Maryland, for Pete Buttigieg on down.
That's for sure. And that's a test, Rick, that's not going to end soon. We've established this is going to take years, and it might involve another administration. In a Trump White House, would this project look any different?
I can't imagine it would, in the sense that you would have the Trump administration wanting to rebuild Baltimore Harbor. It's actually one of the things I'm sure he would like to say, hey, I'm a builder. I understand this better than anybody,
Yes, right.
my experience around construction. And so I can't imagine they would take their foot off the accelerator when it comes to support for this project. They understand the need for getting the supply chain back working and bringing economic activity to that region. So no, I can't imagine there'd be any diversity of opinion when it comes to what the Biden administration would recommend and what the Trump administration, if there is one, would deliver on. I would say I do think that President Biden got out early on this, unlike in some other cases where he seemed to demur. He got out right away on Monday and started talking to the American public, framing the discussion, talking about federal support. I think that was the number one thing most people, we know, talking to voters, they look for decisive action. They look for the leaders to act like leaders and respond immediately. And I think that this administration has checked that box.
Great analysis, as always, from Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. Thanks to both of you for being flexible today with breaking news. Glad we got the Transportation Secretary. He will be with us here on Bloomberg less than an hour from now. We invite you to our conversation on Bloomberg TV and radio at 2:40 p.m. Washington time. Pete Buttigieg will join us to talk this day after the bridge collapse in Baltimore and attempt to answer some of the many questions that we have been asking. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for being with us today on Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. We want to bring you up to date on the markets. Now we turn to Wall Street with the help of John Tucker at World Headquarters in New York. Hey, John.
Yes, sir, Joe. The major stock averages trying to hang on to the gains we're seeing right now. Technology shares proving to be a drag. You have shares of NVIDIA right now. They are down over 2%. Communication services and information technology, the worst performing industry groups in the S&P 500. Some of the individual shares on the move. Shares of Robinhood up about close to 4%, best known for offering commission-free trading. After the company said it's rolling out a credit card to U.S. consumers, it's pushing beyond trading. And former President Donald Trump's Trump Media and Technology Group powering higher again today. The share is right now up close to 18%. As we look at the major averages, the S&P 500 18 points higher. That's up 0.4%. At 52.22 on the index, the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 263 points. That's a rise of 0.7%. The Nasdaq Composite Index 19 points higher. That is up about 0.8%. And we check the markets for you right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash, and Balance of Power continues.
Are you following DJT, John Tucker? Are you watching this Trump stock a second day here? Because it was through the roof yesterday.
Up 15% right now. And remember, yes, it does make him a multi-billionaire, but it's on paper, and there's a lockup period
that's
as well.
Right. That's right.
He's borrow against
6
that
months.
stock? Who's going to loan you the money against that stock?
The most shorted stock known to man, the most expensive short on Wall Street. We'll see about that. Thank you, John Tucker. As always, great to have John with us on Balance of Power. As we turn our attention to that very story, speaking of on paper, try $7.2 billion thanks to the SPAC deal that has happened on the very same week that Donald Trump saw his bond sliced by more than 2/3 in the civil trial in New York. Last couple of days been going pretty well. I know he's got a trial date now for April 15th, but at least financially speaking, this has been a good week for the former president. Yet I continue to read, including in this story here from Stephanie Lai and her colleagues in Bloomberg Politics here in Washington, he is still strapped for cash. Stephanie, it's good to see you. Thank you for joining us here at the table.
Thanks for having me.
This is amazing. I guess you get 6 months down the road, if he's still enjoying this valuation, he sells the stock, he actually will have a heck of a lot of money. In the meantime, he has spent all of his cash on lawyers.
Right. And so what we're seeing right now is, even though he's grown in his personal wealth, he's still his campaign is still strapped for cash. And when compared to Biden and the DNC, they have a third of what their war chest is. And so right now, Donald Trump and his team's main focus really has been growing their fundraising apparatus, making sure that they have the money to continue putting out advertisements, hosting rallies. All of these things cost money.
Sure.
And in an election like this, where it really comes down to who turns out, all of this matters.
I thought you might tell me that, no, Joe, it's more complicated than that. But this really comes down to a matter of legal bills, paying attorneys. And his trial, his criminal trial, hasn't even begun yet. So this is about to get to be a lot more difficult.
Right. And so not only is he taken off the trail because now he has to focus on his court appearances.
Yeah.
You know, now he has less funding to use for, you know, these get out to vote operations or reaching voters where they are.
Sure. We've learned the rallies are really expensive, right? Chris Lasavita, I think, is the one who said these are like $1 million a pop. These are like big shows when you're hosting tens of thousands of people. And that's his ace in the hole, right? That's Donald Trump's most powerful, really, when you think of a way to reach voters, to get people worked up to support the cause, to talk to the base. If he can't do the rallies, what does he have?
Well, I guess what he's been doing more and more these days is just doing gaggles with reporters outside of courthouses.
Well, that's true.
Or, you know, bringing some reporters along as he votes and casts his ballot in the Florida primary election. So he's finding these different sort of events to continue to put his name out there, to get his face on TV.
And, you know, it's not like he's fighting for name recognition.
Right, and that's a good point that a lot of strategists bring up. You know, this isn't the 2016 election anymore. This isn't 2020. People know who he is. People know what he's offering. And so the really grand rallies that he used to host don't necessarily have the same appeal.
There's a thought that there could be a vote to bring up, I should say, the lockup period on this DJT stock. Will Devin Nunes and others agree to that and allow Donald Trump to sell these shares earlier?
I think it's too soon to say, but you know, whether or not he is able to do that does throw him another lifeline, right? Whether or not he can use this funding that he now has can really determine whether or not he gets out of these legal cases without having to sell some of his property.
Sure, including paying bond in this civil trial. What's your thought on this today? They brought this down by more than 2/3 earlier this week, $175 million. Still a lot of money, but a far cry from what it was. We actually still don't know. I know he's said some things, but we don't know if he has the money to pay that, right?
Yeah, so earlier this week, or it might have been last week, he mentioned on True Social that he has the $500 million to pay it off. Whether or not that is true, you know, we can't quite verify it independently. But 175 is significantly less, as you mentioned, than the 454 that he was originally, you know, held accountable to paying. I think one thing that is worth noting is that even though it has been lowered, he still could have to pay that up, the $454 million plus interest, should this verdict.
In terms of the actual penalty.
Right.
So in that world, between one of these two, Letitia James is sitting down with a map of New York looking at properties. Which ones are we going to seize? And the argument is that you just made life easier for Donald Trump, that this fulfills the idea of the weaponization of government. Look at them now. The top line in your story, keep your hands off Trump Tower. He knows the power of that message. Could Letitia James hand this all back to him politically?
Potentially. And, you know, what he's been doing really well, to his campaign's point, is taking every opportunity he can get to bring back that political message, to remind his voters that, you know, whatever is happening to him right now is, as he says, an unfair overreach of the Biden administration.
Yeah, exactly. Even though we're talking about a state court in both of these cases, right? This is Alvin Bragg's trial, although I guess that's a little bit different. Letitia James is in New York. The Georgia case that he refers to is a state trial. We'll see how this goes. But I want to point everyone to the story. It's got a green bee on it. You know you're doing well. Donald Trump is richer than ever, yet still strapped for cash. Stephanie, it's good to see you.
Thanks,
Stephanie Lai, from the campaign trail to your radio and TV here on Bloomberg. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, preparing for a conversation with Pete Buttigieg next hour. Before that, we have Bloomberg Business Week, of course, with our colleagues Tim and Carol in New York. Carol Master, Tim Stenevec. Good to see you two guys. Carol, what do you have coming up today?
We're looking forward to your conversation, first of all, with the Transportation Secretary for the latest on what's going on there in Baltimore, of course. But something you've been obsessed with, ticker DJT, you were just talking about it.
Yeah, what do you got?
We are too, Tim, right?
Former President Donald Trump, now richer than ever, though. You just talked about it. It's on paper right now. He's still strapped for cash, so we're going to dive into that.
I would take that paper wealth. Would you take that paper wealth, Joe?
For 6 months, I think I might be able to do that and sort of keep my fingers crossed. I don't know, though, guys. He could be able to sell this earlier, right? Do you think they approve a shorter lockup so he can take it to the bank?
Maybe. What then happens to shares, the share price, if that happens?
Right. How do investors look at it then, right, if he bails on it? I guess as long as he uses the social media side, I guess it's okay. I don't know.
Could be the short squeeze of our lives. I'm sure you'll have more for us on that very issue. Tim and Carol on the way next. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We'll meet you a little later with the Transportation Secretary. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on Bloomberg Television and Radio, YouTube, and, of course, Bloomberg Originals. I'm Carol Massar, along with Tim Stenovic. We've got end of the quarter, some volatility in the trade. We've just got a few more days left to wrap up the quarter, Tim, and the month of March.
Yeah, so that's top of mind as we get ready to say goodbye to this month. And what a quarter it's been. Speaking of that, Carol, we get some big economic data coming this Friday. Also important to keep in mind against the backdrop of the closing of one of the largest and busiest ports here in the U.S. as a result of that bridge collapse. We'll bring you the latest there.
Yeah, what does it mean, right? We've talked about supply chains, but can the U.S. pivot quickly without it having too much of an economic impact? We're going to get into that. Joe Matthews is going to be coming back. He's got an interview coming up with the U.S. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, who just held a press conference. So some questions and some answers, hopefully, to come from him just a little bit later on.
And you know the ticker, DJT. What a difference a day makes, Carol, because now the former president, Donald J. Trump, is wealthier than ever, at least on paper. He's still strapped for cash. We're going to dive in today's big take.
That happened right in the last 24 hours for you?
Yeah, totally. It's all, it's all on paper for me. Let's just say that.
It is today's Bloomberg Big Take. And also we're going to get into just some of the other factors certainly impacting the markets, courtesy of none other than John Tucker, who is here with a check on your trade and your top business stories. John, take it away.
Yeah, Carol and Tim, it's technology shares that are struggling today. NVIDIA right now down over 2%. The NASDAQ 100 wavering after an advance that approached 1%. A renewed bout of volatility gripping the markets. This is, of course, the final stretch of the quarter, seeing market surges almost approaching 10%. A lot of institutional investors potentially will be rebalancing their portfolios, so look out for that. And with stocks set to cap another strong quarter, pension funds likely to sell an estimated $32 billion in equities to rebalance. That's according to Goldman Sachs. Well, after the S&P 500 soared about 25% since late October, a lot of investors have flagged concern that positioning right now might be stretched. Amazon.com, those shares on the move today, up about 0.3%. It's investing an additional $2.75 billion in Anthropic. So that completes a deal it made last year to back the artificial intelligence startup and expand its partnership. Right now, the S&P 500 up 17 points. That's a rise of 0.3%. We're at 5220 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 254 points higher. That's up 0.7%. And the Nasdaq Composite Index 10 points higher. That's up about 0.1%. As we look at the treasuries right now, the 2-year yield 2 basis points lower at 4.57. The benchmark, the 10-year, 3 basis points lower. That's now at 4.19. And we'll check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. Midweek, Bloomberg Business Week.
Feels like it should be Friday already, but that's for another day.
You have Friday off.
That's true. All right.
So tomorrow's
feels like
kind of...
So
it should be at least Thursday.
Kind of technically is.
Work with us, John Tucker.
All right, John Tucker there. We'll get back to him more with another update a little bit later on. Hey, folks, we are, of course, continuing to follow the latest on the accident at Baltimore's Francis Scott Key Bridge. 6 people are presumed dead after a search. Officials just pointing that out, press conference. So loss of life continues to be obviously top of mind. The bridge, as you know, collapsing in just a matter of seconds yesterday. But the consequences, Tim, the catastrophic consequences could be set to stretch out for weeks.
Yeah, as much as 2.5 million tons of coal, hundreds of cars made by Ford and General Motors, and lumber and gypsum are threatened with disruption. It's just another possible factor that may need to go into the U.S. economic model or not if the logistical world can adapt quickly. So that, Carol, is where we go now.
It is. Let's get to our key interview on this Wednesday. Back with us is Bloomberg News International Economics and Policy Correspondent Mike McKee. He's here in our studio in New York City, along with Bloomberg News Global Economy reporter Enda Curran. He's out there in our Washington, D.C. bureau. First up, Mike, I do kind of want to start with you. You do put always everything that's happening in our world into the economic context for us. Are we hearing anything from Fed officials or from the economics community about the concern that this will have on supply chains, or is it still kind of too early?
Nothing from the Fed yet. We have heard from economists on Wall Street who put pencil to paper and tried to figure out what the impacts might be. And while this is a terrible tragedy in human terms, and it is going to have an economic impact certainly on Baltimore for quite some time, it is not going to have a major impact on the overall U.S. economy. Tim brought up the idea of how quickly logistics can adapt, and we're being told by everybody in that business that they can adapt fairly quickly. The biggest thing that you mentioned is that automobiles. It was the biggest port for import-export of automobiles. They've got to get the port open for about half of it. VW and BMW are outside of the bridge, so they can still take in some cars, and they, we understand, may take in other people's as well. And there are other ports. Savannah's built up a big, what they call roll-on, roll-off capability, and so they will take some as well. So it looks like they may be able to work this out relatively quickly. Now, Pete Buttigieg was just briefing at the White House. He was asked how long it will take to get the port open, which is going to be the key economic question, and he said that it's still too early to tell. They're trying to figure it out. It'll be up to how fast the Corps of Engineers can get the iron out of the way, out of the harbor.
Right.
Hey, and come on in here, because Mike just went through some of those individual companies and what they could do to adapt. But as you and the team write in the Economics Daily newsletter out earlier today, the U.S. economy is in a different position right now. It's in a much better position than it was a few years ago to handle a challenge such as this. Do we have the pandemic to thank for this, or is it something else?
Yeah, so anytime we get a kind of a supply chain scare, it's always benchmarked against what happened in the pandemic, which was such an unusual time. We had this during the Red Sea crisis. You know, in the early part of this year, people were saying, is it going to be another global supply crunch? And of course, now we have this disaster yesterday with the human tragedy first and foremost, with people asking, what will this mean for the supply chain story? I think, as Mike was saying, it's more benign this time around because there are a couple of differences. There's a lot of capacity on international shipping at the moment, a lot of spare containers, a lot of spare ships. Sure, rates have gone up a bit, but it's there, it's available if needed. That's number one. And number two, of course, demand for goods is not like it was during the pandemic. So one of the reasons that there was such a choke point at ports and in manufacturers around the world a few years ago was just the sheer demand by people in the US spending their money, staying at home, buying the stuff that they need. That's not really there now. The hot side of the economy is more on the services side of things. So that's another reason why it's not expected to be, you know, the complete choke point that you might suggest on paper. And then, as Mike is outlining, there's other options within the US. You've got the West Coast, you've other alternative ports, there's road freight options to take some of this. So when you stack it up, it's certainly a complication. It's certainly a major issue for the regional economy up there around Baltimore. But I don't think anyone's yet suggesting this is going to be a major supply choke for the U.S. or the global economy.
Well, one thing I just mentioned that Secretary Buttigieg brought up is after the pandemic, the Biden administration set up a command post in the Transportation Department for logistics. And they're activating that now so that they can work with not just the UPSs and the FedExes and the trucking companies in the area, but all the smaller companies in the area that need to coordinate getting in and out and getting their stuff together. So he was suggesting that that might make it easier for particularly smaller companies to adjust.
Yeah, right. If you remember logistics, it's the big guys, but there's a lot of little players too that get all that stuff to us. Having said that, Mike, right, during the pandemic, as Enda was pointing out, we were buying so much stuff because we couldn't go anywhere. Now we just want to go anywhere, and in my house too, I'm like, I'm done with this stuff.
You don't need another couch?
You're not.
I don't need anything.
I hope you're not going to drive through Baltimore.
I'm not anytime soon. Having said that, goods inflation, it's come down way. Like, where are we? And if we do see a little bit of pressure on the goods side, can we afford that as an economy?
Yes, we can afford it. It was going down for months and months, and then in the last couple of months, goods inflation has gone up a little bit, and that is something the Fed is keeping an eye on, because if it starts to, if it continues to do that and picks up speed, then that's more of a concern. They did expect goods inflation to flatten out, and basically that's where we are with some minor increases. So we'll have to see if this does push any prices higher. Probably not, because of the fact that the country is so big and this is such a small area in terms of prices that will be affected. New car prices have gone down. They're going down now, actually disinflating. And so even if this puts a little strain on auto inventories, shouldn't raise prices too much.
Mike, do we expect to hear from the Fed at all on this?
Oh, I would imagine that Fed officials who speak will get asked about it. I would imagine they will say the same
Jay
thing.
Powell, isn't he talking on
Jay Powell's
Friday?
talking Friday.
Yeah.
They will say the same thing that everybody else is saying, all the officials at this point is we just don't know. We have to see how this plays out. Obviously, there are logistical issues around the world right now, from the Red Sea to Africa to Asia, and so all that will play into this. But it doesn't look like at this point it'll be huge. But I don't think they have a good handle on it.
And another element to this is certainly the job market, right? We're essentially back at full employment. I mean, how does that, so that if one other port somewhere needs more workers or so on and so forth to pick up the slack as a result of what's going on in Baltimore, that's a positive, I'm assuming.
Well, that's the hopeful case, is that, you know, people are back in the workforce, they are available, and there's flexibility there. But, you know, it depends, you know, if there was a real crunch on at the ports, remember there's a threat of labour action in some of the ports as well, you know, that benign take would be tested, because we know that, broadly speaking, the jobs market's still strong, and there are plenty of employers in America complaining that they can't get staff. So right here, right now, as we heard the White House say yesterday, the jobs market is in good order. People are there and working. That's a plus when you have something like this happening. But of course, it's not hard to see how the labour market will be stretched a bit thin if there was a further stress test.
One interesting aspect is that it will take time to get the port open, and the jobs survey is taken during the week that includes the 12th of the month. So if they're not open in 2 weeks, there's 140,000 workers at the Port of Baltimore, and if they can't, they have stuff that's come in already that they're working and moving out. But if all that stuff moves out and isn't replaced, then you could have people who are laid off, and this could show up in the April jobs report. I mean, hopefully it's only temporary, but 140,000 is a lot of people who might not be at work.
And Enda, it's not like, to Mike's point, those 140,000 folks could pack up and go south to another port or go north to the Port of New York and New Jersey. Is there capacity? You mentioned capacity on ships, but is there actual number of workers and capacity at the ports to accept more?
Well, as I say, one of the big concerns at the ports around the U.S. at the moment is the threat of strike action. If that was to go ahead, that would potentially cause significant disruption. But I think beyond that, my understanding is that ports are pretty much handling capacity at the moment. And even with the extra capacity that's going to have to be spread out from Baltimore, everyone I spoke to yesterday said it can be absorbed into the system, but it'll just take a bit of reshuffling up and down the East Coast and maybe across to the West Coast. I don't think that's going to be the primary concern. The bigger issue is I think effectively going to be on the port itself. How long will this blockage remain? How long will it take to get that port reopened again? And how long, of course, will it take the bridge to get built? Everyone I've spoken to say that the rest of the logistics network should be able to absorb what's going to happen over the coming months.
All right, one thing I want to just kind of pivot. We've got about 4 minutes or so left here, and I'm thinking, Mike, certainly about the Friday inflation read. You guys are going to be here live reporting it out.
Yeah, Jen Tucker was talking about people who get days off.
Oh, come on. You love this stuff. Jay Powell's going to speak a few hours after that inflation reading. What's top of mind? And then I want to kind of spin it to you, Enda, about kind of the global inflation picture, because I do feel like we focus on the U.S., but you know, we got to kind of think about what's happening around the globe. But let's talk about Friday's data.
Well, Friday's the income, spending, and PCE numbers for the latest month for February, and it comes out much later than CPI, but the Fed follows the PCE inflation numbers, so they're going to be very important, and they're expected to rise just a little bit the way that CPI did, but not as much as we saw in CPI. So there will be a lot of attention paid to those. We also get the income and spending numbers. Retail sales were not particularly great, so there'll be some focus on whether Americans are still spending once you fold in the services. I mean, you're taking your trips, you're doing services, you're not buying goods. But we need to see some strength there. The one thing we have seen on a regular basis is that incomes have been relatively strong, particularly when you look at wages and salaries. And if that continues, then you relax a little bit about the spending, and that you know that people can afford it. They tend to spend what they earn. So that's why we're looking at all that. And then, of course, we get almost a real-time reaction from the chairman. I'm sure first question will probably be about the inflation numbers that day. And so we'll get a sort of setup. It's very early They just met last week, and we don't have another Fed meeting till May 1st. So you have to kind of take anything Jay Powell says, not with a grain of salt, but obviously it's going to be a while. He could change his mind depending on what other data we get.
Right.
But you know the markets come Monday morning are all going to come in and react to it. And if you get notes from the bond market people, they're not really happy that he's doing this on a day when the markets are closed.
You know, Joe Eisenthal in his, 5 things to watch every morning, and we all kind of read through it. And one of the things he was looking at is global inflation, and a Canadian CPI for February grew less than expectations. UK inflation falling to its lowest level in over 2 years, coming in also cooler than expected. I think Spain's preliminary harmonized CPI measure was less than expected slightly. I mean, and as he writes, every economy has its own story, but we are seeing a lot of, it feels like, correlation between global economies and global inflation. What do we know about that? What's the importance of that, and what it tells us maybe about what's going on more, globally around the world when it comes to price pressures?
Carol, absolutely. Inflation's coming off right around the world. I heard an economist this morning actually make the point that in Europe, inflation is going to come off much quicker than people anticipate, and that's going to clear the way for mortgage rates. Borrowing costs come down around the world. It's a very similar story. I mean, the US has had a bit of a scare earlier this year, as Mike was alluding to there, but broadly speaking, it's on track everywhere else. Let's not forget that the world's number 2 economy, China, is battling deflation. They've never had the inflation outbreak to begin with, but there are plenty of analysts who will tell you that when China's battling deflation, that will take pressure off the global prices as well. So everyone I speak to and everything I read suggests that this remains the year of disinflation around the world. Borrowing costs and interest rates are going to come down. Switzerland has already moved. They had room to do so, of course, but several others are expected to follow suit. And I think once we get to mid-year, you'll hear a lot more chatter around which major central bank will be going first and by how much.
Mike, final thought?
Yeah. Well, I think the one thing we want to watch, particularly because it's a political year here in the United States, is gasoline prices. Oil prices have been going up. We're getting into the season where there's more oil demand and more gasoline demand, so that'll put some pressure on prices, which would push headline inflation higher. That is a certain concern to the Fed because they look at headline inflation, but it's also going to be a factor in probably the political races.
I care when I go to the pump. Don't you care?
Everybody cares. Everybody cares about the pump.
Big time. All right, Mike McKee, international economics and policy correspondent here at Bloomberg, and Curran, global economy reporter. Bloomberg Radio will be live Friday for that inflation read-in, of course, Chair Powell and his comments and speech. This is Bloomberg.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. The major stock averages higher for now. Keep in mind, last couple of trading days, we've seen sell-offs in the final hour. In the S&P 500, you have 9 of the 11 major industry groups higher right now. Utilities and real estate, they're leading the way. And then you have information technology and communication services, the biggest drags on the index. That's where you're going to find shares of NVIDIA. And right now, NVIDIA shares, they're down just about 2.4%. Most actively traded stock, that belongs to Carnival, up 3.7%. Carnival slightly raising its outlook for 2024 amid record-setting demand for cruises. The S&P 500, 22 points higher right now. That's up 0.4%. 52.25 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 295 points. That's up 0.75%. And the Nasdaq Composite Index, 28 points higher right now. That's up 0.2%. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
Sorry, John, I dropped something.
I know.
It was
I was
a
going to
little
say, hey, I'm talking over here.
I didn't even notice it.
We're making TV. We're making radio.
You're trying to make this as difficult as possible for me, aren't you?
It's all part of the test,
so sorry.
See if you pass, and you can come back tomorrow.
I get a little
test for what?
I get a little clumsy in here. All right, John Tucker, I'll try and be quiet next time around. All right, folks, what a difference 24 hours makes. We've been talking about this. It's among our most read stories. Former President Donald Trump, richer than ever. Yesterday, his social media company debuted in trading. It jumped 16%, valuing his net worth to $7.2 billion on paper, and another approximate $1 billion today, thanks to about a 15% run-up in shares of DJT. So we're talking about that paper net worth kind of growing, Tim.
Yet, he's still strapped for cash. That story among our most read on the Bloomberg. It's today's Bloomberg Big Take, which you can read on the Bloomberg Terminal and at Bloomberg.com/Big Take. Here to explain is Bloomberg News U.S. legal reporter Eric Larson. He's here in the studio right now. So Eric, $500 million, roughly. Somebody could write a check. Somebody who could write a check like that would be, an Elon Musk, a Jeff Bezos, among the wealthiest people in the world. Even though the former president is, at least on paper, still tough to come by that money.
Yeah, before this stock debuted, and before he was hit with these 2 big civil penalties here in that New York fraud case and that civil defamation case by E. Jean Carroll, he was valued at about $3.1 billion by the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. So having penalties of $500 million, that's a huge chunk. And as we know, last week he was telling an appeals court that he didn't have enough cash on hand or liquidity to arrange a bond to put that judgment on hold while he appealed. So as you said, what a difference a day makes. This week comes along and now his net value has more than doubled. But the issue for him is that even though on paper, as you said, has over $7 billion now, a lot of that is tied up. His shares in Trump Media are tied up. They're locked up for about 6 months, so he won't be able to sell them to raise money. So if, for example, his appeal of this fraud case, happens relatively quickly and gets wrapped up and the judgment is upheld and he's not able to sell those shares, will he have enough to pay what will by then be well over $500 million in penalties in that AG case?
I always feel like his wealth has always been a big question, right? And for the first time, he's on the Bloomberg billionaires list. But I feel like when it comes to real estate, sometimes it's tough to get a hold of the valuation. Sometimes
you just go to Zillow. That's what you do.
It works like that for you or me. But I mean, there's sometimes multiple owners.
Right.
There's sometimes loans involved. There's just deals, and also sometimes I feel like with Donald Trump too, we think he owns a property, but it's really just his name that's to that property. So I just feel like it's confusing sometimes.
I mean, there are definitely some properties that we know are his, as opposed to just having his name licensed on it. Those are sort of his crown jewels, like 40 Wall Street downtown and Mar-a-Lago in Florida. But one of the things that the New York Attorney General, Letitia James, you'll remember last week, we were facing the prospect of her seizing his assets if he wasn't able to put up this bond. So we didn't really mention, but yesterday the appeals court lowered his bond in that case to $175 million.
It was a really good day for him yesterday.
It was.
To be fair.
It really, really was. So he has until April 4th to post that bond. But one of the things that we learned as the AG was preparing to potentially seize assets was that they didn't really know the exact ownership structures of all of these and how many properties they would have to actually seize and sell in order to get the $454 million plus that they're owed. So now that process, it looks like it won't be happening right away. But if it does come down to it, and he does have to sell some properties, we might learn more about his finances.
It's not just this; it's also the E. Jean Carroll payout that he owes, the $83.3 million. What's the status of that? And has because he hasn't actually given that money to her yet?
No, but he did arrange the bond to appeal it. So he posted a $91.6 million bond. He used a huge insurance company called Chubb Limited, or one of their subsidiaries, to do that. So that is actually taken care of. That appeal will, happen in federal courts. There are no hearings or anything set yet, so it could take a little while. Actually, right now he's making sort of a long shot bid for a new trial in that case. So we're waiting for a ruling on that. But if he loses that appeal, then that money will go straight to E. Jean Carroll, because right now it is in bonds, so there's no way he could prevent it from going to her.
I mean, the story also gets into, kind of the political donations, right, that are going to his campaign. And again, you need a massive whiteboard to kind of play all this out. But in terms of what the different PACs and money, right, that he can tap to basically pay his legal bills, right? So there is money coming in.
He has
to help with that.
Tens of millions of dollars donated by his supporters on his legal fees, which is another interesting element when you're looking at a billionaire in legal trouble. He's got 4 criminal prosecutions, the 2 civil cases we've been mentioning as well, racking up a lot of legal fees. Theoretically, a billionaire could pay for them on his own, but he's using his campaign money, which is his right, I suppose. But that every dollar he spends on legal fees, he's not able to spend it reaching his potential voters
on the campaign.
Right. So it's a bit of a conundrum for him. He did say last week that he wants to spend some of his own money on his campaign, which I think surprised a lot of people because he hadn't been willing to do that before. But
and he didn't really before, right?
Right.
I think in 2016.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens with that. But he's still raising lots of money, including by saying he's a victim of all of these cases.
He's also selling shoes, selling a Bible as of yesterday.
Right.
These
$59.99.
Yeah. Is this why he's doing this stuff?
I know that the shoes, the fake gold sneakers for $399 that were for his campaign. I'm not exactly sure how much of this Bible money goes to him versus is it a country singer or preacher or someone who he's doing this with? But I imagine he's getting a good cut. But yeah, this has been his MO, raising money in all kinds of creative ways.
Right, we've seen him sell steaks in the past in Trump University too. So okay, that's a different topic. I do want to go back to this idea of ticker DJT and the money that's tied up on paper and tied up in equity of the company. What are some options for him there? Could he actually take out money against shares that he owns in the company?
I honestly, I don't know. My thought is I don't see why not, but it really depends on what these lenders would think about the potential value of these shares. One of the reasons, my understanding is one of the reasons you have these lockup periods to begin with is so that the insiders don't just sell all their shares and reveal that they don't really have any faith in the company. So the idea is to see how the stock is going to perform long term. There's been comparisons to meme stocks and things like that, but if you look at the underlying product of this company that's been valued very high, it's just a fairly small social media platform.
Well, and part of the story kind of gets into this idea of that 6-month lockup, right? Unless the board or somebody, the board decides to do something differently, but it does, I think, prevent him from transferring or using the shares as collateral for loans. Okay. So it does outright prevent him from doing it. So which gets to the heart of this story, that on paper worth a lot, billions, and yet the ability to tap all of this. And who knows, right, what the valuation will ultimately be, as you say, in 6 months, which, and the company wants those insiders, especially an insider like him, to probably stay with it.
Really, the company is really based on his brand and his success.
Hey, one thing I want to ask you, can I ask you about Trump Tower? I'm always a little bit, what is it, the apartment that he owns alone? Right. Does he own, I'd heard that he owns some of the retail space. What exactly is it, the value there?
There's commercial space where he has, offices. He has a 3-story penthouse. They call it the triplex. apartments, and some retail. So there are condos and things that are there that he doesn't own, but he very clearly talks about it like it is his building. You know, it is his crown jewel.
It's been so identified with him for so long.
Right, yeah. And it was also a big part of the AG case because that penthouse apartment was for years valued at over $300 million on his bank dealings, but really it was worth a third of that.
So Eric, now that DJT has merged with the SPAC and started trading, are we still talking about the potential of his assets being seized?
Until that bond is paid, that's going to be a potential reality. He said that he will pay it. I'm sure he seems to be feeling very confident about his finances after that bond was lowered. So no reason to assume that he wouldn't. We'll find out on April 4th. But once that is posted, then that threat is gone until such time as the appeal is completely over. So a big question that people have had is, why did the appeals court lower the bond to $175 million?
Why did they?
They didn't say. There was no opinion. It didn't give any explanation. And some of the theories that people are throwing around, include, well, maybe they don't think it's a super strong calculation of damages to begin with. Maybe they're leaning toward lowering it, or at least think that Trump has a good argument potentially for lowering it, or it could just be that has nothing to do with the merits and they just were throwing him a lifeline because it is a huge bond to pay for.
And moves the process along,
Moves
right?
the process along, yeah.
So next focal point for you is April 4th, the posting of this bond. All right, just so we know what to kind of keep on our radar. Thank you so much. Covered a lot of ground. As we said, it is among our most read, and it is the Bloomberg Big Take on this Wednesday. Eric Larson, U.S. legal reporter at Bloomberg News, joining us here in studio.
By the way, shares of DJT up 14.6% right now. It gives the company a market cap of about $9 billion. The company, you could round up, made about you could say it has annualized revenue, Carol, of about $5 million a year.
Which is
and
some great context and perspective.
Yeah.
Tucker, do you have something? Is that what you're looking at us?
No,
quickly?
I was just wondering if he can swear on the Trump Bible when he's in court.
No. We're not going to do that. All right. We've got to keep it safe. All right, let's get a check on world and national news. Over to Nancy Lyons. We go. Nancy, take it away.
Thanks, Carol. While recovery teams continue to look for 6 missing construction workers in the aftermath of the Baltimore bridge collapse, local officials are worried about how the region will recover. Maryland Congressman Glenn Ivey tells Bloomberg he's hopeful Congress will step up and help provide any needed funds.
I'm hoping that this will be the type of tragedy that brings people together instead of pushing, people into partisan corners. And I'm hoping we can get something done here relatively quickly.
Congressman Ivey says the Port of Baltimore adds $15 million a day to the country's economy and is the nation's largest port for delivery of foreign cars and trucks. New York commuters may soon be paying more to enter Manhattan. Today, the MTA board approved a congestion pricing plan, which will result in a $15 fee to enter the city south of 60th Street. Board member David Jones voted yes because of the plan's advantages, he says, to the region as a whole.
Funding the infrastructure, the subways, buses, and commuter rail, while at the same time reducing congestion and helping to clean the air. This is a trifecta.
The MTA plans to start the tolls in mid-June, but a number of lawsuits are working their way through the courts, which could delay the pricing plan. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons.
listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody. Carol Messer, Tim Stenivek live here in our New York studio. So I got to say that this is something we talk a lot about, Tim, and that is how financial inclusion, major issue around the world. McKinsey noting last year that nearly 1.5 billion people living in emerging economies don't have access to formal savings and credit, and that while the overall global wealth and income gap has narrowed since the 80s, inequality has actually increased within advanced economies. So it's not just emerging, it's advanced as well.
Yeah, needless to say, there's still a lot of work to be done. And Shamina Singh knows that. She's the founder and president of MasterCard Center for Inclusive Growth. She's held senior positions in the White House and the House of Representatives, including appointments by President Obama. She joins us now from New York City. Welcome, Shamina. How are you?
Doing well, thanks. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thanks so much for joining us on this. So a lot of your professional life, what you've done as an adult, has centered around the global economy that takes everyone into account. It's not something that is actually happening right now. What's the nut that needs to be cracked to break the great financial divide that we talk about so much?
Well, it's such an important point, and I think Carol started off rather well, which is it really is about financial inclusion. You know, I think we take for granted that, you know, sitting here in New York City, certainly, and a lot of times in the United States, you know, you have a phone that gives you access to a train ticket or a bus ticket or any kind of digital access that you need. That's just not true for many millions of people around the world. But we're making progress. I mean, I think at MasterCard in the center, we actually made a commitment to bring 1 billion people into the formal financial system by 2025, and we're almost there. We're at about 870 million. So we are well on our way to hitting that goal. But it's also important that we make sure that small business owners succeed in what's increasingly becoming a digital economy. So we made a commitment there to ensure that we bring 50 million small business owners into the formal economy, again, by 2025. And we're almost there with that. We're at 48 million right now. But the final piece around small business and financial inclusion, to your point about closing that gap or cracking that nut, is to ensure that we include marginalized communities in those small business ownerships. And so as part of our commitment, we wanted to make sure that at least 25 million of our target were women-owned or women-led businesses. And I'm really happy to say today that we surpassed that target and are now on our way to even going further. So I think that this,
Shamina, one thing I want to ask you, and I think folks would applaud your efforts and the progress that you guys have made, and it seems like ahead of schedule. Having said that, I'm going to get a ton of hate mail if I don't ask you this, and this is major credit card companies. To be fair, they are quick to amp up rates on customers, even good customers, but that may have a balance that maybe is growing a little bit unwieldy, if you will, but nonetheless maybe making their payments way above the Fed funds rate, way above the prime rate. I mean, I'm talking about, well, we've got a Fed funds rate, I think, at about 5 or 5.5% here, and you're talking about rates that go to 18, 19, 20, 28% so quickly on individuals. So what's the thinking around that to make it easier for more consumers and also for small business folks?
I think it's a really important point. We've seen rates around the world, especially in unregulated markets, climb way above even 20%.
But even in the U.S. market, which is a regulated market, we see them climb. And I know it's within the law, but nonetheless, it seems many would argue really not fair.
No, exactly. I mean, the truth is that unless we're working on making sure that small business owners and those who are interested in participating in the digital economy through regulated bank accounts, which is where we're focused, it's going to be really important that we also include responsible lending practices and the education that's required to ensure that once you join the formal financial system, you're operating within it in a way that helps you not only survive, but thrive in the digital economy.
If parents don't teach their kids that stuff, where are they supposed to learn it?
So I think that's again, it's a great point. As part of the work that we've been doing in the United States and around the world, we've launched a program that we call Strive, which is a focus on small business owners, like I said, in the United States and around the world. In the United States in particular, we're at a historic moment in this because there are literally billions of dollars coming out of the federal governments to the states to help support small business owners. The problem is that that money may or may not get to them directly, as we saw during COVID. And so part of our work with Strive is to ensure that we're helping those intermediaries, those organizations that are called community development finance institutions across the United States. They're closest to the small business owner, and they're really the ones who provide culturally competent and proximate education around financial lending, the things that you're talking about. And so one of the things that we really encourage is that small business owners who are looking to capitalize on the enormous amount of money that's coming out of the government right now, they really connect with their local community development finance institution to get close to the education as well as the capital they need to start their business.
But and I guess I would jump in and just say that for a lot of individuals or small business owners, they are responsible. I feel like Mohammed Yunus of the Grameen Bank and microlending have really taught us that these small entrepreneurs tend to be very, very responsible with their money, whether it's especially in the emerging world, but also in the developed world. And I guess it still seems like the difficulty of getting the access, that is still very, very tricky. How do we open up that pipeline even more without all the kind of connections or higher costs that seem to go along with it?
I think you're 100% right. I mean, you can look at one of our partners right here in the United States is actually Grameen USA. Another partner is the Axion Opportunity Fund, the Community Reinvestment Fund. There are all sorts of, again, they're called CDFIs in the United States. They're called microfinance institutions outside of the United States. But they're really they're really organizations who are working very closely with small business owners. And my view is, and what we've seen is, a lot of small business owners don't actually know that these organizations exist. I can just give you one example in South Dakota of a woman who just opened her coffee shop, and she had been using her own personal credit card, which many times small business owners do, to borrow against that to kind of buy the things she needed to start her business. Once she was connected to an organization called Four Bands Financial Institution, which is a CDFI based in South Dakota, they worked with her over several years to not only ensure that her responsible perspective was supplemented with the educational component she needed, but they worked with her to get the actual capital she needed to open and run her business. And so this is not a multi-day strategy. This is a multi-year strategy if we really want to make sure that small businesses not only have the on-ramps, but the tools, education, capital, also access to digital that they need to succeed.
Hey, Shameen, if we think about your goals at the center, here in the U.S., I want to specifically focus on the U.S. before talking about the entire world. If we think about your goals here in the U.S. when it comes to financial inclusion and closing the gap here, what's the biggest impediment out there right now? What's the biggest thing that holds people back?
Well, I think both you and Carol have mentioned it. When we've done our research and from, obviously personal experience being the daughter of immigrants, I've seen it firsthand. My parents tried to open a business when I was growing up in Southern Virginia, and many of my colleagues have as well. And what we have seen and what the research shows is that entrepreneurs aren't necessarily the ones that we see in Silicon Valley who are looking for that unicorn, who are looking for that lightning bolt path to a multi-billion-dollar valuation. Most entrepreneurs that we have found are looking for stability. We call them stability entrepreneurs. They want to make a good living, they want to hire good staff around them, and they want to grow in a consistent and responsible way. And that's a little bit of a different framework than I think folks think about when we think about entrepreneurs and small business owners. That's one big thing is our mindset. We need to meet them where they are, which is in a place of, let's get this right, let's grow over time, let's grow responsibly. But then they also have to ensure that they get that access to capital so that they're not using their personal credit cards, they're actually getting formal lending from CDFIs or banks. They go digital. We found that during COVID, if you weren't in a position to go digital, you're really at a disadvantage for continuing your business. And finally, as we've talked about, they have to grow their networks and their know-how. So doing this in a way that is not only expanding their capabilities with the nuts and bolts of what you need to understand about interest rates and marketing and markets, but you also need to be able to access your peers who are on the journey with you. And as Carol said, that's really what the Grameen model taught us, is that your peer network is very important in your success.
All right, going to leave it on that note. Shamina, thank you so much. Appreciate some time with you on this Wednesday. Shamina Singh, she's founder and president at the MasterCard Center for Inclusive Growth, joining us there in New York City. We do want to remind everybody we are awaiting a conversation with U.S. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg with our own Joe Matthew, Balance of Power co-host. Pete Buttigieg, though, earlier holding, Tim, a press conference.
Yeah, he did update the Americans about what to expect in terms of recovery process and how long it will take for the Port of Baltimore to reopen. As Mike McKee pointed out earlier on the program, he does not yet have an answer for that. We should note also that officials saying that 6 people have died in that accident, although the search does continue.
Yeah, the Transportation Secretary also saying that he's going to be meeting with shippers and other supply chain partners Thursday, so tomorrow, to promote a coordinated approach following the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. A quote from him: "If they discover or determine anything that should be considered in the regulation, inspection, design, or funding of bridges in the future, we will be ready to apply those findings." He says he is concerned about the local economic impact, which is something that we kicked off our broadcast with, as some 8,000 jobs are directly associated with port activities. But as we said with our own Mike McKee and Curran of Bloomberg, there is potentially a lot at stake there, certainly in terms of an economic impact. In terms of the jobs market, though, or the jobs impact, we won't get that till maybe a couple of weeks from now.
It depends on how long the port stays closed. As Mike McKee said, if the port does stay closed for a few more weeks, then that's an issue because it'll show up in the jobs report.
All right, everybody. We are, of course, as we said, awaiting a conversation with the Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg, getting set on our site location there in the nation's capital. He'll be talking with our own Joe Matthew, co-host of Bloomberg's Balance of Power, of course, talking about what happened yesterday, what's to be done, hopefully getting some clues in terms of the timeline of course, getting the port reopened. So let's toss things over to Joe Matthew there with the U.S. Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg.
Carol and Tim, thank you, and greetings from Washington to our TV and radio audiences worldwide. We head to the North Lawn of the White House now with the aforementioned Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg. Mr. Secretary, thanks for joining us again on Bloomberg. Welcome back. I know it's a busy day for you. We still have a lot of questions, of course, about logistics, about the economic impact, the cost of this project, but it's not lost on us that 6 souls are still unaccounted for. How long will this remain a recovery mission?
Well, unfortunately, recovery is not easy. There's poor visibility. There are tides in and out. But I'll tell you, having met some of the divers yesterday as they came out of the water for what was, at that time, still a search and rescue mission, the best people are working on this. I talked to the fire chief. His only concern was that his people weren't necessarily inclined to pace themselves. They came off a shift or out of the water and were already thinking about going back in. People are moving heaven and earth on that. And in the meantime, what we know is that there are 6 families that, everything was normal for them 2 days ago. And now their lives are never going to be the same. A 7th who was very seriously injured, and we're waiting for word on their condition as well.
You have now received an emergency funding request, Secretary, from authorities in Maryland. How much is the state asking for, and how quickly will the administration act on that?
We're going to process this request immediately. We've got to make sure that funding is not a source of delay in getting to work. And even this afternoon, our Federal Highways Administration team already sitting down with the Maryland DOT to talk design, procurement, and what it's going to take to scope and launch that project of getting a new bridge built. This isn't going to happen overnight. The original bridge took about 5 years to put up. And this isn't going to be cheap either, but we do have emergency relief funds to help in these kinds of situations. situations. We really cannot yet say what the total price tag will be. One thing I would point to is in 2007, that Minnesota bridge collapse. It was a different situation, but it was another time when the federal government came in to help Minnesota rebuild. That cost about $260 million. This is a larger span of a bridge, likely in many ways a more complex project. We just don't know the full scope yet.
Well, Secretary, we keep hearing it's a different time now. It's a different political era than it was in 2007, and that this may not go easily on Capitol Hill. Have you begun engaging lawmakers already on what will be your emergency funding request?
Yes, we had a conversation yesterday with members of the Maryland delegation, Senators Cardin and Van Hollen, several House members, including the representatives who look after the area most directly impacted. I know they're going to leave nothing to chance in terms of making sure the resources are there. Look, I know that politics are divisive right now, but this can't be a political issue. This can't be a partisan issue. You know, to anybody who's on the fence on that, when the time comes, I would just say, you know, this is happening in Baltimore today. It could be your district next, and we always do best when we pull together and support any one part of our country that's hurting.
You said earlier in the White House briefing the most immediate jobs are channel cleanup and reopening. Part of that, of course, is going to be moving the dolly itself, which I know is a very delicate matter. Do you have any sense, though, of how long it will take to free the 40-some ships we understand are trapped in the port?
I think it will take a while, and those are ships that we're obviously concerned about. They even include vessels that are overseen by the Department of Transportation, though those ships are not currently actively tasked. There are vessels that had cargo loads on them. They are being offloaded. Also, cruise ships that were planning to head to Baltimore are no longer obviously going to be able to berth where they had planned to. We just don't know yet how long it's going to take to clear that channel. We do know that there are other ports that are preparing to absorb some of the traffic that's been diverted, as well as handle some of the export cargo that had to be diverted. We'll be watching closely to see the impacts of that, and tomorrow I'm going to convene different players across our supply chains, shippers, cargo owners, and workers, to better understand what they're facing and how we can help.
With regard to that meeting, Secretary, I'm glad you mentioned it. You talked today about the freight office that you created during the pandemic and the supply chain crisis that I know the administration has spent a lot of time on. That office has been busy working with supply chain stakeholders in this case to reappropriate, I presume, routes and destinations. Do you have a plan now for cars, for coal, to land in other ports on the East Coast?
Yeah, what we're seeing right now is other ports are preparing to absorb some of those shipments. It really depends, though, on the type of shipment. Containers, obviously, pretty standardized. A lot of places are equipped to handle shipping containers, but this is also a significant port for sugar. There are only so many places that can handle that particular type of shipment. There are other specific types of shipments that we're tracking, too. That's exactly why we're so glad that this freight office is up and running. This was created by the President's bipartisan infrastructure package. We stood it up in accordance with that legislation, and it is coming in handy. It's already been helpful navigating some of the disruptions on the Red Sea due to Houthi attacks, and this is just one more case where it's showing the value of that coordination. This is not air traffic control. There's no one kind of tower, so to speak, or authority that tells ships where to go the way you have for aircraft. They are independent actors. We're bringing them to the table to make sure that there's better coordination. We're not trying to take over, but we want to make sure everybody's talking to each other.
I only have a minute left, Secretary. I appreciate your time today. You said earlier this is not going to be simple, quick, or easy. Do you have any idea how many years it will be before vehicles are crossing a new bridge in Baltimore?
It's simply too soon to say, but what I will say is we are going to work aggressively to support Maryland doing that as quickly as they safely and responsibly can. We should learn more very soon about the condition of the portions of the bridge that did not collapse and the condition of some of the infrastructure that is below the water line. That will help to inform an estimate of what it's going to take, but just too soon to put a date on it.
The Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, with us live from a rainy North Lawn at the White House. Mr. Secretary, thanks for your time again today on Bloomberg. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We'll hand things back to Carol and Tim in New York.
All right, so appreciated. Joe Matthew there with the U.S. Transportation Secretary. Some headlines just to recap. Will take a while to free the ships that are trapped in the port. And the Key Bridge rebuild will not be cheap. Not a surprise. We know infrastructure projects not inexpensive, Tim.
No, and cannot give an answer yet as to when that bridge will be rebuilt, but there's a lot of work certainly ahead.
All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Bloomberg Business Week. Coming up next, the close on TV. Tim and I continue on radio, YouTube, and streaming.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we are just about 1 hour away from the closing bell on this Wednesday. Yes. Wow. A little bit of a mixed trade here. We're going to get to the numbers in just a moment. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenevec here on Business Week, live on radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. We're going to get into the world of luxury credit programs. Because they could be blown up, Tim.
Yeah, are you still going to pay for that American Express Platinum or that Chase Sapphire Reserve? We'll have the details because it could cost you more to buy stuff with those credit cards.
You might be thinking that.
Yeah, I'm thinking a lot about it.
Yeah.
Elon Musk's Starlink terminals, Carol. It's yesterday's big take. Among the most read on the Bloomberg terminal, they're falling into the wrong hands. We have an investigation all about that.
All right, we're also going to get into what you need to know about the weaponization of the dollar, how it changed the world order. Plus, we've got a read of the consumer with the CEO of Red Robin. You know, they make burgers and all this stuff. But they're actually changing up, I should say, their menu, and I think going a little bit more healthy.
Also, if you're looking to go on a vacation, a timeshare, this is not.
Yes.
Fractional ownership of luxury homes. So, you know, $1 million for maybe 1/8 of a share of a home in Malibu, rather than actually paying $8 million for it. We're going to talk to the co-founder and CEO of the service, Picasso.
And then we're going to talk with the ambassador of F1 Miami Grand Prix, former team principal for the Haas F1 team, Gunther Steiner. He's going to be here in studio, so looking forward to that. In the meantime, someone who's always racy is our own John Tucker. That was lame. I know.
So how do I take that?
Check on the trade and your top business stories. All yours, John.
Stocks modestly higher right now. The major indexes. See what I got to put up with. They tried to stage a rebound after yesterday's lower close. Now that sell-off came in the last 30 minutes of regular trading yesterday, and that sell-off almost entirely driven by NVIDIA. And among the drags today, yes, you guessed it, shares of NVIDIA. They are down right now just over 3%. Now, one thing for investors to watch for, this is coming up Friday, the PCE, the key inflation gauge the Fed uses to determine interest rates. Marvin Lowe over at State Street says the bar is actually pretty low at this point for a June rate cut from the Federal Reserve.
You know what, they want to cut. It's pretty low, kind of just based on where data is and probably what they should be saying around that data, but for the most part saying they're going to ignore the data. So they want to cut. There's an election cycle that kind of gets into play with this, and you know they still firmly believe that policy is restrictive.
And right now, Reddit shares on track to notch their largest one-day drop since the social media company's trading debut. This comes after Hedgeye Risk Management. They released a report adding it as a short idea. They say it should trade about 50% below the current levels. The S&P 500 right now is 19 points higher. That's up 0.4%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 300 points. That's up 0.75%. The Nasdaq Composite Index 6 points higher. And that right now is at 16,322. Two-year yield down 2 basis points, 456. The benchmark, the 10-year, is 3 basis points lower. That is at 419. And we check the markets for you.
Are you ready to pay more, like depending on what credit card you use?
I get loans from the Gambino crime family, and I get lower rates, actually.
I told you he was racy.
Is that a floating?
Much more competitive.
Is it floating rate or is it fixed?
It's whatever you want.
Have you ever had a horse head show up in your bed?
That's another crime family.
Thank you, John Tucker.
Oh, it is. Sorry. I can't keep them straight. All right, let's focus, everybody. Let's get to our next story.
Well, Carol brings up a good point, because imagine a world in which how much you pay for something depends on which credit card you use. So, Carol, for example, if you're buying groceries with a Chase Freedom Unlimited card, it'll be one price. But if you whip out that $550 a year Chase Sapphire Reserve, it is a heavy card. It could cost you more.
It's a new financial dynamic.
It is.
Right?
And it's laid out in a landmark agreement struck between Visa and MasterCard and millions of U.S. merchants yesterday, in which the payments giants agreed to a series of changes that retailers say will save them at least $30 billion in credit card swipe fees in the coming years. Bloomberg News finance reporter Catherine Doherty writes all about the deal, if approved by court, and how it could threaten to upend the world of luxury credit card programs in the U.S. Kat, good to have you on this story. Is this the end of the beloved Chase Sapphire Reserve and the Amex Platinum card?
I do not think it is the end.
Okay.
And most people I talked to were actually backtracking and trying to convince me the opposite, that ultimately this is going to be up to the merchants as whether they pass on these extra fees. So it's not a mandated, you have to do this. It's you can do this.
Okay,
You're allowed to do this.
The reason this is all
We should
happening,
go-
is because it actually costs the grocery store more when somebody uses one of these premium credit cards than when they
Correct.
use one that's not a
Correct.
premium credit card.
So you'll hear a lot about this with Amex, for example. Years ago, there were many times you'd walk into a restaurant. I would get so frustrated because they would never take Amex. Now you can use Amex for most places, unless you're traveling abroad. That's still something that they're working on right now. But in general, think about this, or I think about this, of when you go to a grocery store, at least in New York City, they'll say, do you want a bag? And if you say yes, you get charged the extra 5 cents. Right? So you're making that calculation. Now, I'm the type of person that sometimes does say, I don't want a bag, and it's really 5 cents, but it's the 5 cents.
I'm so with you, Kat.
And but these, when you're looking at the chart, and this is a very detailed.
It's also better for the environment. Don't buy the bag, bring your own bag.
Right. There is a
Just
separate
going for that.
There's a reason that they're charging because they want to disincentivize using a bag. But when you're looking, I'm just trying to use that example as the rates that were laid out in this agreement, because we're talking cents here. This is not as if they're going to say, oh, this gallon of milk, instead of it costing $2 or $3, it'll cost you $4 or $5. It's really like 30, 60 cents. So some people aren't really going to care, and they're going to still love using their Chase the card that gives them more rewards, because ultimately that might pay for a flight or a vacation. So it's really, I don't think it's going to change the calculation that much.
Okay. Cart before the horse. Remind everybody what this agreement was all about.
Right. So the agreement really just comes down to fees.
Okay.
And who's getting charged? Is it going to be passed on to the consumer, the shopper, or is it the retail store? Is it the grocery store?
But the
Is it
agreement was
restaurant?
between the credit card companies and the merchants, right?
The credit card companies and the merchants, because the merchants were complaining and saying these fees just keep rising because we are not charging our customers, but we're just taking it. We're just saying, or not saying, but we're just we're accepting these fees as they're rising. Now, the other thing about this agreement is that this is a 5-year agreement. So this is not setting this stage for the ultimate future. 5 years from now, we might be talking about this same issue again. But it's the heated argument. It even goes to Congress right now. There's a separate argument that's being brought up, and it's always complicated.
But it's basically credit card companies, right, for the ease of using their credit cards, right, merchants have had to pay, right?
Correct.
To have access to it. And so that this is what this settlement has been about, right? Dealing with these fees.
Dealing with the fees. And you might have seen, if you walk into a store or wherever it is, a bodega, and they'll say if you pay for using cash, then the price might be a little bit less. And they might say if you use a credit card, it'll be a 60-cent swipe fee.
Yeah.
You think about it as swipe fee. That's how I think about it.
Here's something you need to know about me. If it's cheaper in cash, I'm paying cash.
Well, you're thinking about that 60 cents.
It doesn't matter if it's 5 cents for a bag or 60 cents for a swipe fee. I'm finding cash and paying for it.
I will tell you, my
I
husband
will not be charged more.
Well, we've been talking about this at home because all of a sudden my husband was going to pay something like, well, there's a fee for that if you use that card. If you use it, a fee for this card, and he's like, I'm going to just write a check. Like you just kind of go back to like the old ways because it's kind of getting crazy.
What's interesting is whether this is going to change consumer behavior if people are aware of these fees. If they look in their wallet and they say, all right, this Freedom versus the Reserve is going to charge me this much more, I'm going to use the Freedom. That's why this is changing. It's like within the same, Visa line or MasterCard line, it's the different cards within that that's going to change the pricing.
Can we just take one final step back and look at this from 30,000?
You want to go back to bartering?
Well, I want to go back to this idea that the whole reason this is happening is because there are only a handful of players in the space. And it's not like merchants have a choice of saying, you know what, Visa, you know what, MasterCard, your fees are too high. we're going to go with a competitor.
Right. But
they
this,
can't do that.
This is what the agreement is all about, is this is the merchant saying, you know what, Visa, you know what, MasterCard, we need to figure this out because this is getting ridiculous.
Are they scared of Discover Capital One?
I think that that's going to, what experts in the field that I've talked to have said is that that's only going to be a good thing because it's competition.
If it's approved.
If it's approved.
Because some lawmakers don't think it's competition.
Right, and then you also have to have the consumers that make that choice. So you can have the option out there, but are consumers going to go from one to the other? That I think is,
well, if you're Tim Stanovic,
big question.
Yeah, you are.
No, but it just sounds like you need to have a kind of an awareness of all your cards, right? What the fees are and what ultimately might cost you. Because you're right, it's a few pennies, but if you're using it, we're now, thank you pandemic, are increasingly done everything digitally, right? And so if you use it for everything, it will add up over time.
Right, and so it's, but I do think it's a question of whether people do add it up, take the time to add it up, or if it's just the convenience of paying for things online or using, think about even your phone or your watch that you can walk into a store and you don't even need to have the physical card.
Exactly.
But it's just an ease of payment. That's another factor to think about.
I went to all in on Apple Pay, pandemic, and it's just you don't even think about it. Kat Doherty, a great story. She is Bloomberg News finance reporter, Kat Doherty. You can read it on the Bloomberg terminal and, of course, at Bloomberg.com. Thanks, Kat. This is Bloomberg.
Some of those blacked out countries represent places where Starlink services don't have a licensing agreement, haven't been approved by their governments, or where the devices have been barred for sale because of U.S. sanctions. But a Bloomberg investigation has found that those barriers haven't stopped Starlink's kits from getting into the hands of folks on the ground through a burgeoning black market.
That's a clip from the latest episode of the Elon Inc. podcast. It was Tuesday's big take and one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal, an exclusive Bloomberg News investigation about how Elon Musk's Starlink terminals are falling into the wrong hands. Carol, the story by a team of Bloomberg reporters that span the globe, Hong Kong, South Africa, Israel, Nairobi, and more.
Yeah, the investigation is the subject of the latest Elon Inc. podcast, as you just heard a little clip from, which you can find anywhere you get your podcasts. It's on the Bloomberg terminal and at Bloomberg.com/Elon Inc. Bloomberg Businessweek columnist Max Chafkin also contributes to the Elon Inc. podcast. He joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. So talk to us about this and this focus and what it means. Starlink has seemed to be one of the bright spots of Elon's empire.
Yeah, and Starlink, of course, has super interesting geopolitical implications. Yes. We have talked about, the Ukrainians have been using it as a way to maintain internet access during the war. They've praised Elon Musk at times. On the other hand, there has been concern from Ukraine that Russia might also be using this, might be using it against them. And that's kind of the meat of where this story gets to, which is that essentially these Starlink terminals are very powerful, right? They allow you to get high-speed internet access pretty much anywhere in the world. And it appears that they're showing up in places that they really shouldn't. Places that are either sanctioned or they're in war zones, and or just in a sort of more benign sense, like people buying them sort of on a gray market, essentially buying them in a different country and then importing them into a sanctioned area or whatever, where internet access in many parts of the world is very tightly regulated, and Starlink, like many Silicon Valley efforts, hasn't its regulatory compliance hasn't caught up to the real world usage.
I think that's one fair way of putting it. I mean, look, you're talking about something though that has happened for years when it comes to Silicon Valley startups. I mean, Uber was very famous for, not asking permission but begging for forgiveness later. What does Starlink feel like? How does Starlink feel when asked by Bloomberg about all this stuff?
Well,
what have they said about
they're
this?
saying that they're not aware of bad usage. On the other hand, it's all very unclear because, as I said, it appears that some people are buying these global subscriptions. You can pay Starlink for a global subscription and then take it into a part of the world where maybe it shouldn't be. That feels like you're probably breaking certain laws in certain countries. Maybe you might be there might be a sanctions issue. But again, you're kind of in a gray area, and it's an area where I think the U.S. government and other governments are starting to scrutinize. We've seen Taiwan, for instance, is funding its own sort of version of Starlink because they're worried about the potential of relying on an Elon Musk backed technology when Elon Musk also has super close ties to the People's Republic of China. So again, it's a consumer technology that is being used in some not consumer ways, and that is creating tension at the very least.
What's Starlink's responsibility in terms of, the agreements that they work out with governments in terms of the usage of this? I mean, is that spotty, or what do we know?
Well, we know that they have licensing in something like 8 countries. I think that's right off the top of my head. But essentially, they have not worked out agreements with many places where this technology is being used. And so that, again, it's creating potential issues, although they have been very vague on what exactly they know, what capacity they have to stop this, that sort of thing.
The other thing is, though, once you link it up, there's got to be some awareness of what they know about who or where it's being used.
They should know. There's an expert quote in the story saying that they do. My understanding is they need to know where these devices are in order to, be able to beam the signal down to them. So again, they should know this seems like a potential issue, and it also seems like the kind of thing that is going to lead to scrutiny, especially at a time when Starlink is attempting to sell this as a military technology. Starlink, in addition to the consumer business, they're offering this to you for like $100 a year for your home, or for a higher price for your super yacht or your airplane. Yeah. They are also selling a sort of defense version of this called Star Shield. They have a contract with the U.S. government. I think, as far as Elon Musk is concerned, this is a big potential business. And as that grows, you have to think there's going to be some effort on the part of potential buyers, the Pentagon or whatever, to make sure that it's not being misused.
So when Elon called you and said, "Let's talk about this, Max,"
Elon Musk has not commented on this. During the kind of back and forth, during the controversy over the question of Starlink devices being used by Russians, Musk put out a denial, although it was a sort of pretty carefully worded denial that made it unclear as to exactly where the devices were being used. But yes, he has not commented, and he has said that they're not being used improperly.
You can go to starlink.com/map and see where it's available, where it's waitlisted, where it's coming soon, and where the sanctions are, like Iran and China, for example, where it is not coming anytime soon. Max, just in the last minute that we have with you, 30 seconds that we have with you, how important is Starlink to SpaceX's business?
Well, so it's a pretty different business in the sense that SpaceX's main business is selling launches. So you're charging people money to put your rocket or even your astronauts
there are only so many
into
customers
space.
for that.
But what Musk has said essentially is that, as you said, Tim, there are only so many customers for that this is a gigantic business. This is potentially could replace a lot of the world's communication infrastructure or whatever. The other reason it's very important, so that could have much more revenue than the rocket business, at least in kind of the near term as far as SpaceX is concerned. The other thing is SpaceX is building these gigantic rockets. The latest version of the rocket called Starship is way bigger than really like any other rocket that's ever been built. And so one thing that Starlink does for SpaceX is it creates demand for these launches. Like SpaceX is going to have to figure out something to put into space, and a giant satellite business helps with that.
We got to run. Max Chafkin, thank you so much. Check out the Elon Inc. podcast on the Bloomberg and at bloomberg.com/Elon Inc. You're listening and watching Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg News, and with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Major stock averages higher for now. Now, keep in mind, the last couple of days we've seen sell-offs in the final hour of trading. The S&P 500 right now, 9 of the 11 major industry groups are higher. Utilities and real estate leading the way. And then it's information technology and communication services. They are proving to be the biggest drags right now. And that's where you're going to find shares of NVIDIA. NVIDIA shares right now down 3.5%. Remember yesterday, in the final 30 minutes of trading, it was NVIDIA that dragged everything lower as well. Most actively traded stock right now, that belongs to Carnival Corporation. It is up 0.7%, pairing some of the earlier gains. Carnival's slightly raising its outlook for 2024 amid record-setting demand for cruises. The S&P 500, 16 points higher right now. That's up 0.3%. 5220 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 300 points. That's up 0.75%. And the Nasdaq Composite Index just turning red right now, 7 points lower. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tim and Carol.
Or Beach House in New Jersey.
I don't know if they're in that market yet.
We can throw that into the list.
Why wouldn't you be?
Okay.
Oh, we are now. Yeah. Okay. Mine comes with 2 kids. Real cheap.
Okay. Love
Babysitting not included. Well, a timeshare this is not. Picasso is a service that allows you to own a share of a vacation home instead of having to buy the whole thing. Like I said, maybe 1/8 of a share of a ski house in Park City or Breckenridge. That'll set you back maybe $755,000, or 1/8 of a share of a home in Malibu for under $1 million. So it's not just that you own a share of it, you share the costs that are associated with the home as well with the other co-owners, and then Picasso handles the maintenance and other management issues.
All right, and now it's looking the company to broaden its appeal by offering shares at a lower price point. So let's get into it with Austin Allison. He's co-founder and chief executive officer of Picasso. He joins us in our studio, but coming in from San Francisco. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me today.
It's great to have you here. You know, before we got started, you said you guys were launched in 2020, so you're coming up, on your 4th year?
Yeah, 3.5 years since launching. It's been a wild ride.
I bet it is. All right, so give us an idea of the trajectory. I mean, from when you started, and I'm assuming that was kind of fast and furious and that there was a lot of demand, or was there?
Yeah, it was a crazy time for sure. Let me just start with the mission and the vision of the company. The vision is about empowering more people to find their happy place through co-ownership. And we started the company in 2020 in San Francisco. We've grown to now almost every market around the U.S., but until this week, we were operating in about 40 destinations around the U.S., as well as Paris, London, and Mexico. And what we do is very simple. We empower families to co-own beautiful luxury vacation homes together, and Picasso manages every detail, everything from design to furnishing to bill pay and maintenance.
Who determines the time that these families get to go? Spring break is oftentimes overlaps with other spring break of families.
Yeah, so this is the #1 question that we get from prospective buyers, and the answer is we've created a proprietary scheduling tool that we call Smart Stay. It's available from an app on your iPhone or Android, and Smart Stay will ensure that you get your pro rata time throughout the year. So if you own 1/8 of a home, Smart Stay will ensure that you get 1/8 of the peak season, 1/8 of the non-peak season, and 1/8 of the holidays.
All right, so when the plumbing goes, everybody's got to chip in?
Well, yeah, and a lot of that is accounted for and planned in advance. So as the manager of the home, Picasso is thinking about what things might break or what things may wear over time, and we're actually accruing in the budget so that there's funds available to repair some of those things when they occur.
So, go ahead, Carol.
No, go ahead.
So talk to us about the business, because you guys sell, you buy the homes and then you resell them as shares. Is that correct?
Well, kind of. Usually the way that it works is we have thousands of listings on our website at Picasso.com. You can also see them on our app. And consumers will go to our website and express interest in homes that meet their needs. Once we see enough interest in a particular home, then Picasso gets involved, works with the listing agent to get the home under contract. We do diligence on behalf of the ownership group, and then we convert it into a co-owned Picasso home.
Fascinating. Talk to us about the ramp up in demand and types of sales? Just give us some metrics. We're Bloomberg, as we always like to say. I'd love to know some of the numbers around
well,
this.
back to your question around, what it was like launching during the pandemic. The first couple years were crazy. I mean, we grew from 0 to, we've done more than $1 billion in revenue over the course of the first 3 years of the company's history.
Right.
We have thousands of owners. And the way that our model works is when we aggregate an ownership group and identify the home, we make a service fee that's baked into the share price of the home. And then we provide a variety of services throughout the life of the relationship that we have with our customers. So that includes things like property management, financing. About 70% of people who buy a Picasso use financing, and Picasso is the originator of those loans. We also help with resale. So when you buy an eighth or a quarter of a beautiful vacation home through Picasso, and someday you decide to sell, we help with that sales process as well, and it's really easy.
How long do people stay with their ownership? I'm curious about turnover.
Yeah, it depends on the owner, but we estimate that the average owner is going to stay in their Picasso home for about 5 years.
Because they are staying in? I mean, you're now 3.5 years in, so the people...
Well, yeah, we're looking at cohort trends to estimate what we think the average life is going to be. A whole home, somebody would typically stay in for, 7 to 8 years on average.
Okay, let's say I'm interested in a home in the mountains. In the winter, I want to ski there. In the summer, I want a mountain bike there. Where do I leave my skis? Where do I leave my mountain bike so the 7 other families don't mess with my stuff?
Well, one of the best parts of owning a home is that you get to keep your stuff there. That's true of owning a Picasso as well. We outfit every Picasso home with 8 owner's closets. So when you show up at the home, you pull your stuff out of your owner's closet and you enjoy the home with none of the headaches or none of the hassle.
What are some of the common headaches that come up in this process?
Well, there aren't really any headaches because we're taking on that burden as the manager of the property. But I would say the compromise associated with co-ownership is that you don't own 100% of the home, which means you're not going to get 100% of the calendar.
You can't say, hey, honey, let's just for the weekend go up and,
Well, actually, you can. You can.
If
so
it's
as long as the home is available, you can. But basically, the main compromise with co-ownership is that you're sharing the calendar with other people. So the way that most of our owners describe the calendar benefit is you're going to get about 80% of the dates that you want out of the calendar, and you're happy to make the trade-off on the 20% that you're not getting because you're saving so much money. It's about 85% less expensive to own a Picasso when compared to owning the whole home. It's about 75% less expensive per night than renting a comparable Airbnb or short-term rental. So it just makes a lot of sense financially, and it's a lot easier as well because we manage the whole experience.
How do you make decisions for personalization? For example, let's say I want to get a hot tub at that mountain home, but the other families don't want a hot tub there. How do you do that?
It's like the co-op, right? Kind of question.
Yeah, it is analogous to the co-op in some ways, but when owners buy into a Picasso, they're typically buying into the style of that home, the design of that home, which we manage, and the amenities of that home. So if somebody wants to make a change, like let's say that you bought into a home without a pool and later you decide you want a home with a pool, most people would just sell out of their Picasso without a pool and sell into a new one. But it is possible for all the owners in a home to actually vote and make a change to a home, such as a bedroom or a pool. And in that scenario, Picasso would facilitate the project on their behalf.
Austin, I'm curious, though, if you buy fractional ownership into a particular piece of property and then you sell, do you sell at the price you bought into, or what the market bear? Like, how does that work? Because can you lose money on that initial investment?
Well, like any real estate purchase, yes, you could lose money, but most real estate goes up in value over time, and that's certainly what's happened with our real estate. So people who have purchased a Picasso and later resold, our customers have made on average a 10% gain over what they paid. But with Picasso, you're buying a home. The only difference is you're buying a portion of it instead of the whole thing. So it trades just like the underlying real estate would if you were selling the whole home, but we make the process easier by facilitating the share of part of the home.
There's a huge affordability problem in a lot of these towns in which you operate. How do you handle pushback? I know that in some areas where you operate, for example, in St. Helena, California, you had to reach a settlement with the town. How do you anticipate pushback on this model?
Yeah, well, the housing affordability problem is real. and it's here to stay. You know, homes aren't going to get a whole lot cheaper into the future. So what we're seeing is consumers are resorting to co-ownership as a way to make housing more affordable.
But that could also be said to price out locals from living there.
No, it actually has the opposite effect in a small town. So one of the challenges in a small vacation home community is that second home buyers are buying up a lot of the median price homes. The beauty of this model is it's kind of like carpooling, but for second homes, where we're aggregating demand into fewer properties. So instead of having 8 families in San Francisco buying median price homes in Napa just to have them sit empty 10 months per year, our model concentrates those 8 families into one home. So it actually creates more opportunity for the local workforce, but like any new category, it takes time to be understood.
Who's your typical buyer? Just got about 30 seconds.
Yeah, so the typical buyer ranges from a young family that's early in their career and maybe can't afford or can't justify owning the home of their dreams, all the way to a very established, empty nester that's looking for a special, happy place for the family to gather.
But who's the bulk? That's the range. Just quickly, is there a bulk? Is it like people a certain demographic in terms of age?
I would say the sweet spot is like 40 to 60 in terms of age, and I would say 70 to 80% of people are looking for a home that's within a 2 to 3 hour commute from their primary home.
And just quickly, one last question, 10 seconds. Do you make money, on every transaction? What's the business?
We make money on the service fee up front, and then we make money on the recurring services that we provide, including property management, financing, and resale.
Really interesting. Really cool stuff. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Austin Allison, co-founder, CEO of Picasso, joining us here in studio.
Hey, let's get a check on latest world and national news. We got Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. The White House says a high-stakes meeting with Israeli officials in Washington is back on. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has changed his mind after canceling the meeting earlier this week.
His office has agreed to reschedule that meeting that would be dedicated to Rafah, which is a good thing.
Jean-Pierre would not speculate on what changed Netanyahu's mind. The meeting was canceled after the U.S. abstained and did not veto a UN resolution demanding an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. It is expected to take a while before the Port of Baltimore is accessible following yesterday's bridge collapse. President Biden has promised federal money to rebuild the structure, which will take years. But Bloomberg's Irv Chapman says some of the needs are more immediate.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg said the spending bills Congress previously passed put more money into an emergency relief account.
We actually have provisions that allow us to begin releasing funding. An emergency relief funding request has come in from the Maryland State DOT. We'll be processing that immediately to start getting them what they need.
Buttigieg was asked if the ship owners would have to contribute to reconstruction costs.
Any private party that is found responsible and liable will be held accountable.
But Buttigieg said that will be determined by the investigation that is just getting underway. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Drivers in New York City have inched closer to paying a new fee to enter Manhattan's central business district. This after the Metropolitan Transportation Authority today approved the nation's first congestion pricing plan. Tolling could begin as soon as mid-June. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. As we drive to the close today, the major stock averages, they are higher right now. Let's head over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Hey there, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, John. That's right. U.S. averages are trading higher right now with the Dow currently up 418 points. The S&P's gained 35, while NASDAQ rises by 56. The U.S. 10-year yield at 4.19%. Gold is up 13. Oil trading little changed, and Bitcoin is lower by 1.5%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were utilities and real estate. Only tech and telecom were in the red. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, Merck and Intel. Note that Merck traded to an all-time high. Microsoft led to the downside. After earnings, GameStop fell 15%. And wrapping things up, Jefferies and RH report after the bell. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. John?
All right, thanks a lot, Bill. And as we look, Treasuries, two-year yield right now, 2 basis points lower, 4.56. The 10-year is down 4 basis points. That is at 4.19. Once again, the S&P 500, as we head to the close, 35 points higher, up 0.7%. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg terminal, type SQUA on your Bloomberg terminal. We check the markets every 15 minutes right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's
the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just about 18 minutes left in today's trading session. Seeing some buying into the close. We got a pop to the upside, which is kind of interesting, I feel like, in the last, 10 or 15 minutes. So fascinating to see. Still just up, as John mentioned, about 0.3% on the NASDAQ 100, up about 0.7% on the S&P 500, Dow up more than 1%, but it's a straight line up. So I'm not sure. We talk about volatility as we get near the end of the quarter, so maybe some of that is at play, but nonetheless, certainly notable as I look at my Bloomberg and I look at the charts across the board.
Also a reminder, Carol, that this quarter, we're toward the end of the quarter.
I did,
but this quarter, we're seeing the market surge close to 10%.
Yeah, it's been quite
a quarter. Yeah, 9.87 on the S&P 500.
Well, was it just last week? We had the best week, right? Trading week for stocks here in 2024.
I want to get an idea for what Mace McCain has to say about all this. Mace is Chief Investment Officer at Frost Investment Advisors. They've got about $5.1 billion in assets under management. Mace joining us from San Antonio, Texas. Mace, how are you?
Very good. Thank you for having me on today.
Yeah, good to have you with us. How are you looking at a year where the quarter has already sent shares higher by 10%, and we're not even 3 months into this yet?
Well, in the very near term, we're a little cautious in that, measures of investor sentiment are pretty extreme and look like they could be overbought in the near term. Of course, those conditions can stay over.
Oops. We're having a little technical difficulty, so we're going to see if we can get back and reconnect with Mace McCain over at Frost Investment Advisors. What?
Yeah, interesting about the sentiment, right?
Quite a bounce, and I think a lot of it has to do with, and we've talked about this, right, a lot about expectations in terms of global central banks finally saying, okay, we're ready to start cutting rates. It's no longer, if we're going to do it, it's just a case of timing and when we're going to do it.
I don't know about that, though, right? We know that it's going to happen. We just don't know if there's actually going to be 3 this year from the Federal Reserve. We don't know if we've had more and more folks come. Exactly. We've had more and more folks come on our air lately and say, wait a second, we're looking, who said yesterday, Carol, that the Fed is looking for an excuse not to cut?
Exactly. Our guest that was in here. But it's interesting. I'm looking at what, as you said, the S&P 500 since the beginning of the year, or at least in this quarter, up about 11%. We're looking at a NASDAQ 100 that's up about 14%. So pretty significant run. Hey, we're back with Mace McCain, Chief Investment Officer at Frost Investment Advisors. So Mace, you were talking a little bit about sentiment and what we're seeing and maybe what it means perhaps going forward from here.
Yes, we look to be a little overbought in the short term, but as I say, we could stay that way for a while. But I think that your points on the Fed are very important. I mean, the Fed risk is skewed at this time. The Fed is not going to be raising rates. So if inflation stays sticky and comes in hot, we're just going to get higher for longer. But if they have the opportunity, they're going to start to cut later in the year. So we kind of have skewed Fed risk towards cutting rather than raising. So that's pretty supportive of the market.
But is it dangerous to rule out the idea that maybe the Fed ultimately, considering, I don't know, we were talking with Mike, right, a little bit about some of the weakness we're starting to see in data points, but, are we being still too enthusiastic when it comes to expectations about how many Fed cuts we might get?
Well, I think that they're off the table for a while. And what's more important, though, is, we're in an environment where we seem to be having either a soft or no landing scenario. So people are figuring that we're going to have a rate cut eventually. But right now, we're seeing a broadening of the market. We're seeing mid caps and small caps do a little bit better. And I think people's expectations for growth is going up. And maybe we're going to get out of what has been a profits recession as we look into the next year. So I think that the fundamental side, the earnings side, the corporate side is strengthening. And so as long as that's going on for a while, it takes the Fed out of it becomes less important in the mix.
Hey, Mace, where do you not want to be right now?
Everything is run. We've seen junk bonds go up, credit go up. Interest rates have really rallied off of this last fall's highs. And so on the credit market, we're looking at bonds in basically the shorter end, the belly of the curve, 3 to 5 years, looking to anticipate the Fed easing. We also think, once again, that we're going to see a rally, possibly in mid cap and small cap. If we continue to see the market broaden and we continue to see growth, surprise to the upside. So all that is positive. It will probably take a little bit of the spotlight off the leaders on technology as we broaden the market. But that would be healthy to us.
Where don't you want to be in this market environment?
We are concerned enough about sticky inflation that I wouldn't want to, be buying out beyond 10 years in the bond market. We think that inflation expectations could rise based mostly on the fact that we continue to be short labor. If we do see manufacturing continue to strengthen, we're just going to see more demand for labor. And unless we see workforce participation come up, we think that seeing significant progress towards the Fed's inflation targets could take a long time.
I'm curious about asset allocation in a market that's up 10% on the year, that had a great year last year. If somebody comes to you, a client comes to you, a new client comes to you with new money and says, throw this money where you think it should go for the next few years, what does that asset allocation look like?
Well, we had a great year last year in the stock market, but if you look at 2 years where it's not such great returns. So we borrowed a lot this year, catching up from last year. 23 was based on a really poor 22. We're not at extreme valuations, but I don't believe. So we still like stocks. And so we think that, the returns will be more modest because of valuations where they are and the PE ratios. But we do think that stocks will still be the best place to be. As I said, if we do get some economic strength, we think that we could finally see some participation in small and mid cap. And so hopefully that'll broaden out the market and help returns in the next year.
All right, Mace, going to leave it on that. Listen, thank you so much. So appreciate it. Mace McCain, he's Chief Investment Officer at Frost Investment Advisors. As we mentioned earlier, about $5.1 billion in assets under management, and he was joining us there from San Antonio, Texas. All right, we've just got about 10 minutes left in today's trading session here, but you're seeing some buying into the close. But again, we said, we were anticipating some volatility as we get here in the last few days of trading when it comes to the quarter.
Home decliners are still declining, Carol. The NASDAQ up by 0.3, the NASDAQ 100 up by 0.3 of 1%.
Right? And on track for a record close for the S&P 500.
We are.
Is that John Tucker?
It is.
So is this 22?
52, 41, 53.
But 22nd, is it 21st?
21st or 22nd?
22nd, okay.
Something like that.
All right, obviously.
But who's counting?
We're going to have to
Close enough.
do the counting. We'll get that on the other side. You're listening and watching Bloomberg Radio.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with a look at some of the companies we're following. Ozempic could be profitably produced for less than $5 a month, even as Novo Nordisk charges almost $1,000 in the U.S. This according to a study that revives questions about prices for top-selling treatments for diabetes and obesity. Novo's popular drug could be manufactured for 89 cents to just under $5 for a month's supply. Figures that include a profit margin. This according to researchers at Yale University, among others. Novo declining to provide production costs for Ozempic and Wegovy, its related drug. Costs for Ozempic and Wegovy, its related drug for obesity. The company says it's making significant investments to ensure that the public has access to its widely popular drugs. Well, it's almost a year between Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, the battle with Disney, and it appears to be over. A board appointed by Ron DeSantis to oversee the municipal authority that governs Walt Disney in Florida has voted to settle the state lawsuit against the company. Under the settlement, Disney's going to agree to revoke some of the changes that limited the powers of the municipal authority and were quietly approved before the DeSantis-appointed board took over there. The changes had restricted the powers of the new board members, including their ability to review theme park expansions and billboard advertising. But DeSantis thought Disney was a little too woke. Disney, one of the state's biggest employers. And finally, DraftKings shares, they have fallen the most intraday in 7 months. This comes after the NCAA president, Charlie Baker, announced he's pushing to ban college proposition betting, a popular type of side wager that allows gamblers to bet on an event or statistical outcome. And that is your company news.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, just got about 4.5 minutes left in today's trading session. John Tucker, of course, breaking down the trade there for you, and we are seeing stocks move off some of their lower levels of the day here in the last, I feel like, half hour of trading. John mentioned a story. John, we love this story about, it popped actually for us because we talked so much about this new class of weight loss drugs. Novo, though, you said they're a $1,000 diabetes drug that actually can be made for just pennies, I guess, a shot, but we're talking about $5 a month. That's a big difference.
Wait, as long as you don't put in the research and all the effort, and then you copy the drug.
Are you a drug company?
Well, no, I'm not defending drug companies. Well, yes, I suppose I am.
Are you saying that these drug companies are making a profit on these pharmaceuticals?
Well, okay. Hello, this is America, and we are a capitalistic society.
Correct.
So yes.
Okay.
But it is kind of interesting. We should point out it's a JAMA Network study involving a bunch of researchers, and I guess they did some of the work and said right now the U.S. list price for a month for Ozempic is almost $1,000. It's a weekly injection, but they're saying something different.
Yeah, manufactured for 89 cents to 4.73 for a month's supply. That's according to researchers at Yale University, King's
It's like
College
the makeup
Hospital,
if you buy
Doctors Without
perfume or
Borders.
cosmetics. Like that's a big markup.
Bernie Sanders.
John's not going to.
Bernie Sanders in a statement.
John's not going to play.
The Senator Bernie Sanders in a statement said, "This outrageously high price has the potential to bankrupt Medicare, the American people, and our entire healthcare system." He called on Novo Nordisk to lower the list price of Ozempic to $155 or less, in line with what it charges in other countries.
I would argue, I understand. I have had a brother in pharmaceuticals, and he's like, the R&D costs and so on and so forth. I get it. But it also, is there a point, though, where, let's be a little bit,
when does the drug go generic? That's how many years?
You've been asking that. I think that's I don't know.
All right. Just asking. Just one.
The diabetes version should go generic. Yeah, we talked to Madison Muller about this. Right, I asked her that question. The diabetes version of it should be relatively soon. Not soon, but it should be earlier than the weight loss versions because they've been on the market for so much longer.
And then how do you make the distinction? Are you pre-diabetic, so do you get the drug at that price versus, I don't know.
I'm not a doctor, and I don't play one on TV or radio.
So many questions, so little time, everybody. Anyway, it's among our most read stories on the Bloomberg. Don't go anywhere. We're heading over to our TV colleagues. That's because it's time for Beyond the Bell.
On the bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Alex Steele. We're counting you down to the closing bell, here to help take us beyond the bell. It's a global simulcast. Scarlet Fu joining us in the television studio, Carol Masser and Tim Senedick on Bloomberg Radio, as we welcome all of our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms. A Wednesday afternoon here in New York City, Carol Masser, it looks like the S&P is going to close at another record high.
Yeah, that would make it, I think, the 21st record that we've seen here in 2024. So we're watching it. The last one was 52.41.53. So we're definitely above it. I think what's interesting, guys, last couple of days, I feel like we've seen some selling into the close. Today, we're certainly seeing some buying into the close in the last half an hour or so. So a little bit of a different trend here.
I'm wondering how people are reading into this buying that we're seeing late into the session. Is it about end of quarter, quote unquote, rebalancing, Scarlett? Is it about making sure that allocations in certain companies, in certain sectors, are within lines of certain mutual funds?
It could certainly be that way. If you look at the performances of the different sectors, the biggest gainers are the ones that have been the worst performers year to date. So that might be a little bit of a contrarian take. What's interesting here, Alex, is that it's not just the U.S. stock market that's been making highs. Japan, Canada, and Germany also record highs in the past week.
Germany, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Considering the growth
thanks to
really
Cameron Kreis.
stinks. Okay. Yeah, growth has been terrible, and the outlook has not been great for Germany as well. The Nikkei is interesting, though, because of that weaker yen. Honestly, guys, it's really hard to make a lot about the buying into the end of the quarter, to be honest. Like, let's wait till Monday.
Yeah, I was really trying to look at technical levels, because, I mean, the fundamentals don't really seem to tell the story. And at least on the technical side, I mean, there does seem to be that argument that there is still a lot more upside there, particularly when you look at how muted volatility has gotten over the last few months. All right, let's walk you through the numbers here in New York. It does look like the S&P 500 is going to hold on here at another record high. It takes a while for these numbers to settle, but right now we're right around 52.49, up 45 points or about 0.9%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is going to move higher on the day by about 478 points or 1.2%, while the NASDAQ Composite, which was trading at a record high a little bit earlier in the day, looks like it's not going to hit that, up about 0.5% here on the day, and a phenomenal day for the small and mid caps. The S&P 400 mid cap up 1.6%, the Russell 2000 up 2.2.
Yeah, and for the most part, it looks like investors kind of all in the risk trade on this Wednesday. What's interesting, we're going to get into the industry group performance in just a moment, but just look at the S&P 500. Most names, folks, 456 to be exact, gaining in the session, 47, Scarlett, to the downside.
Yeah, look at the IMAP here for the sector breakdown, and a lot of green there. There are some spots of red, but that's mainly because you've got tech and communication services barely higher, up only 0.1%. They're the laggards there. So when you do see some red, it pops up pretty prominently because they're such heavily weighted sectors. But in terms of leading advancers, utilities, REITs, and industrials, with utilities and REITs each up by at least 2.4%.
All right, guys, to the individual gainers we go. This one was the number 3 gainer in the S&P 500, number 1 gainer in the NASDAQ 100. We're talking about Cintas Corporation, finishing the day with a gain of about 8.25%. It's a worker uniform company and business service provider, boosted its EPS guidance for the full year. It also saw an earnings and revenue beat for the third quarter, so investors liking what they heard from that company. Marvell Technology, number 2 gainer in the NASDAQ 100, and that one on the day with a gain of about just shy of 6% after Citi opened a 30-day upside catalyst watch on the chip maker ahead of the company's AI era investor event next week. So some excitement around that name, obviously a player there in the chip space. Did want to mention Robinhood, just because I can. Finishing definitely off its best levels of the day at its highs, up more than 6%. Finishing the day with a 3.7% gain. Known for its commission-free trading. Well, it rallied after the company said it's rolling out a credit card to U.S. consumers as it pushes beyond trading, rallying to its highest in about 3 years. And just because you guys would expect me to, I'm just going to throw one more in. DJT, Trump Media and Technology, another gain in its second day of trading in its newly formed entity, if you will, up 14% after a 16% gain yesterday.
All right, you got the gainers, Carol. I got the decliners. I do want to start with NVIDIA, the biggest drag on the S&P 500 day, finishing down 2.5%. Worth keeping an eye on. No fundamental news. Still up more than 80% so far this year, and just shy of about 5% off its all-time highs. Also, DraftKings finishing the day down by close to 7%. This after NCAA President Charlie Baker announced that he's pushing to ban college prop betting. It's a type of side wager that allows gamblers to bet on an event or a statistical outcome that's not directly tied to a final result of the game. We saw a lot of these happen during the Super Bowl with the whole, Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift thing.
Yeah. Will Taylor Swift cry?
Is that right?
Will she do something?
Yeah. Yeah, so NCAA president does not want those in college, which I think some people would argue makes sense. So DraftKings shares moving lower there. GameStop. Let's talk GameStop real quick. We talked about this after the market closed yesterday when the company did come out with results. Shares falling today by 15%. Intraday fell as much as 17%. It was the biggest intraday decline since June of last year. The company came out with fourth quarter revenues and adjusted EPS that missed the average analyst estimates. An honorable mention to Reddit today. They're having their worst day since going public last week. Hedgeye Risk Management came out and said that it's adding to it as a short idea, saying that it should trade about 50% below its current levels. Shares falling today by about 11%.
All right, just a quick check in here on the bond market buying across the board. You had a 7-year earlier today, and it was a pretty solid 7-year. But overall, you guys, just pointing out, this quarter's been something for the bond market, like 30 basis point increase for the 2, for the 10. Definitely not what we maybe would have been expecting, say, as we entered the quarter.
Yeah, absolutely here. And I just want to point out, too, just on the bond front, we did have a Reddit crossing the terminal. There was a lot of speculation about South Korea and India being added to those FTSE indexes. They're not going to do that. They remain on that global watch list where they've been for quite some time. The next review coming up in September, I believe, here. Anyway, Carol Massar, you've been taking a look at some of the big drug stocks and some big moves there, right?
Well, watching Novo Nordisk, its ADRs, they're actually down about 1% today. Interesting story that was on the Bloomberg terminal about how basically its Ozempic drug could be produced for maybe pennies in terms of each usage, if you will, for about $5 a month. Well, we're talking about...
Comparatively, I guess.
Well, they said Novo's popular drug could be manufactured for 89 cents to $4.73 for a month's supply. This is in JAMA Network, a study, a bunch of researchers coming out with this, and they said it could be done profitably. We know it costs almost $1,000 a month for that weekly injection of Ozempic. So it's just kind of interesting, and it kind of brings up once again, the debate over the costs of drugs, where drug companies say, hey, we do a lot of R&D, and this is why we have to kind of factor this into our pricing.
We did have some lawmakers weighing in, none other than Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont, who has a history of talking about high drug prices, holding hearings in the past about high drug prices. He says this outrageously high price has the potential to bankrupt Medicare, the American people, and our entire healthcare system. He called on Novo Nordisk to lower the list price of Ozempic to $155 a month or less than that, which actually is what it charges in a lot of other countries. But, this is the way the drug system works.
So was there anything in that reporting that what their current cost is to make those drugs?
Well, they did not. They did not provide production
I don't think
costs.
they break it out.
So this is from a study by Yale, King's
simple.
College Hospital, Doctors Without Borders.
I'm just curious.
That appear to the JAMA Network.
It actually says drug production costs are often shrouded in secrecy.
Yeah.
So they do that on purpose. So I don't want to
For
say
this
that.
exact reason.
I
For
don't
this
wanna say
exact
that.
reason.
A lot of things can go into that R&D budget, right?
Exactly.
And it's the R&D budget that
Exactly.
they have to, of course, cover through the cost of the drug that they sell. So it's a big black box.
Yeah.
All right, we are getting some earnings out. RH, the furniture company, are reporting earnings right now. It looks like on the bottom line, a pretty significant miss. Adjusted EPS coming in at 72 cents a share. The consensus on the street was for $1.69, so about less than half of what the street was looking for here. I have to dig a little bit deeper into these numbers to get you some sales figures and such here, but the initial knee-jerk reaction, the share is down 8% in after-hours trading.
Yeah, that's a big hit to the down. All right, that certainly is a big hit to the share price. I'm just looking at what it's been doing here in 2024, and the stock is just up about 2% here for 2024, and we've got about a 12% short position, on the outstanding shares. So that's a big hit, down 7.5% here.
The bar was pretty low headed into these results for RH. They were not high, and a lot of analysts say they were looking for challenges in the near term. There's going to really be the focus will be on sales and growth accelerating into 2025. But for 2024, a lot of weak near-term demand as the company focuses on long-term growth initiatives.
Yeah. There's a letter to shareholders from the chairman and CEO, which is known for being candid, writing that aggressively investing during a downturn has put pressure on short-term results. It also positions us to capitalize on the long-term opportunities that present themselves during times of disruption, calling out the share repurchasing during fiscal 22 and 23 that represented approximately 35% of shares outstanding.
Yeah, before we go, I just want to mention Discover Financial, the CEO stepping down. Of course, Discover going to be combining with Capital One, and now learning that Michael Rhodes, the CEO, has tendered his resignation. That has been accepted. Discover saying that they did not actually expect Rhodes to have any sort of long-term role in the company after the deal. So it looks like he's moving on for another position somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm looking at the stock in the after hours, not seeing really any movement, but not a surprise. But nonetheless, good to squeeze that headline in. All right, guys, that's a wrap. Our cross-platform coverage, radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We will see you again for Beyond the Bell, same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
Hey, Carol.
Yes?
You know what I love talking about?
Food.
I love talking about food.
You so do. He also loves consuming food. It's not just conversations.
Okay, but here's the thing. We like talking about it.
Yes.
Not just because we like to eat it, but also because talking to the people who run restaurants, who operate restaurants, it gives us a good idea of how the consumer is doing, and of course, what's going on with wages, with employment, with inflation.
There's a lot of input.
With food costs
and things, right?
I mean, it's really, really important. Red Robin Gourmet Burgers, one of those restaurants. In the U.S. and Canada, there are more than 500 Red Robin restaurants, including franchises. The company, a microcap with a market cap of roughly $117 million.
All right, here to talk about the earnings, the business, what's impacting the menu, a lot going on, is GJ Hart, CEO of Red Robin Gourmet Burgers, joining us from Denver. GJ, nice to have you here with us. First of all, how are you doing? How's the business doing?
Well, first of all, it's great to be with you guys today. I'm doing very well. And, you know, we have been on a path over the last year and a piece to transform this brand on what we call a comeback and the North Star plan. And we are feeling really good about where we sit today and excited about what 2024 will bring for us.
How's the comeback going? Because shares down about 40% so far this year. We're Bloomberg. This is the stuff we look at. This is the data we look at. What are investors missing about this turnaround plan right now, in your opinion?
You know, when we laid out the North Star plan, we said it was a 3 to 5 year plan. When you do these kind of transformations, you know, there's a time element. And in this particular case, there was a tremendous amount to do, of which we accomplished a lot in 2023. And I think in some respects, it's how soon will this happen? And you can't always predict that. So when I look at our results in 2023, at a 1.6% comp, we grew our EBITDA by 33%. We invested $25 million back into the business. We were able to add the kind of people we needed, managers, et cetera. We upgraded our kitchens. We upgraded our food. 85% of our menu has been upgraded. You know, I look at all that and say, you know, we are in a good place relative to where we thought we would be. And, you know, at the end of the day, the share price goes up and down, and over the long term, it will follow the right trajectory. And at this point, we're pleased with where we were in 2023 and where we are now.
But is it frustrating, or is there any part of your message that you feel like is not necessarily getting through to investors? Because it's not only that it's down still 40% this year, but you've got 20% of the float that's being shorted. So investors, there's a negative tone to it.
You know, in our North Star plan, the fifth point of the plan was we want to earn respect back of our investor base and of our analysts and any interested party on Wall Street. And I think the company's history, you know, has been not always achieving what they say they're going to achieve. And so we're working really hard on that. We think we've done a nice job communicating where we are and where we stand. And so at the end of the day, you know, is it frustrating? Not really, because we're in this for the long haul. You know, we see a tremendous amount of opportunity ahead of us. You know, we've put this forth like if you're playing baseball, it's a second inning. And that's not meaning second inning in a negative way, but in a positive way in terms of the runway ahead of us, the opportunity to take an iconic brand, a 50-year-old brand, and bring it back into a great place. And so, you know, if you believe in that over a period of time, you'll stick with us. And at the end of the day, you know, we know and believe that we're doing the right thing.
Well, you've, of course, I imagine, have done consumer research, and I'm just curious about the perception of the Red Robin brand right now, where it is, and how it resonates with consumers at this point, and how that's different than where you want it to resonate when you're done with this turnaround. Give us the delta there.
Yeah, so you're right. We've had to do a lot of things, first things first, as we like to call it around here. And it really, some of the decisions made back 5, 6, 7 years ago, for whatever reason, you know, were things that definitely hurt from the consumer experience perspective. You know, when you get rid of bussers in a restaurant, or you get rid of an expo in the kitchen, or you don't have the same management complement, there's a lot of those things that you have to fix before you can really go out and with confidence and say, hey, give us another shot. And so we've done a lot of that work in 2023. Our plan as we go into 2024 is to bump up our marketing efforts. We think we're in a great position to be able to do that. And then right after we do that, we'll be relaunching our loyalty platform to be much more exciting and much more rewarding for our guests. And so, you know, where we are today, you know, with the results we achieved in 2023, we believe we're slowly getting people to say, hey, I'm going to give Red Robin another shot, but we've got a long way to go. At the same time, when you look at our overall consumer sentiment scores and you align that with the work that we did in 2023, we're pleased to see nice bumps in all of those levels. So people are starting to see it. But I will say that the frequency at a Red Robin had dipped down, so we've got some work to do. So people may not necessarily see it because they haven't been in for quite a while. So this marketing effort we've got going into 2024 here and the loyalty platform will really address that issue. And at that point, we think that with our plan and executing at the restaurant level, that we'll start to see those guests come back in.
Hey, GJ, how do you... there are so many burger places out there, and you know that there's more that seem to be coming out every day. So I feel like the older guard, like your own, and I understand like you guys are working on, you know, the transformation and kind of bringing it out differently, if you will. But how do you stand apart, or how do you differentiate, and who is the customer that you want in particular?
Yeah, so you're right. There's been a heck of a lot more competition. So first, let me address, every one of our buildings says Red Robin, gourmet burgers and brews. And so one of the things that I really challenged our team is, if we're going to have this promise of gourmet burgers, we've always done a great job from an innovation, flavor profile, what you put with a burger, etc. But are we really confident that we can compete in this sea of Burgerland today through all the different players that are out there? And the truth of the matter is, Red Robin had sort of fallen behind. And so hence why we changed our total cooking platform mid-year to a flat top oven or a flat top grill, which we believe is where you start with the right kind of burger to develop a gourmet burger. And so we made those changes. It's 20% bigger because it yields better, et cetera, versus having it cooked on a conveyor belt type cooking, more fast food oriented. So we did that, and we feel like that really helped us to be able to compete in the gourmet burger space, and our guests and our satisfaction scores would tell us that that's true.
Hey, so, TJ, I just want to jump in because we only have about a minute left here. We talk about Ozempic and the weight loss drugs all the time on our program. How are you thinking about this new class of drugs being used for weight loss? Do you change the menu at all?
Well, first of all, you know, we do have some items on our menu. You know, we've got a turkey burger and an Impossible burger, and so we have some of that addressed already. But at the end of the day, you know, we'll have to see what the consumer ultimately does. Today, when you look across the broad spectrum, the drug weight loss, the whole situation, I think it's been slow to be adapted, and particularly in casual dining, because when people go out for an experience like that, they typically will fall back and like, hey, it's an experience, so I'm not necessarily going to be worried about exactly what I eat. Now, that's not to say we're not paying attention to it. It's not to say we're not going to address it more so than what we already do on the menu, but we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely something we're paying attention to.
All right. Well, so appreciate you stopping by and spending some time with us. GJ Hart, President and Chief Executive Officer at Red Robin Gourmet Burgers, joining us there in
Denver.
Denver.
I would like a burger right
Denver.
now.
Yeah, I would too. You and I were both thinking about that
Yeah.
a lot.
Why
I
not?
had a burger last night. I would take another one right now. This is Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm John Tucker of the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Another volatile session today, and we saw the 21st record close for the S&P 500. Merck shares, they ended up 5% higher, reaching the highest intraday level on record. Under its treatment for a form of high blood pressure, won approval from the FDA. DraftKings shares falling after the NCAA president announced he's pushing to ban college prop betting. Robinhood Markets, best known for offering commission-free trading, rolling out a credit card to U.S. consumers. Its shares ended up close to 4%. Apple and Tesla, this year's laggards in the mega-cap space, climbing, while NVIDIA, they fell again. Shares of NVIDIA closing today down 2.5%. Overall, S&P 500, as we say, a record, up 45 points to finish the day at 52.48 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average was up 477 points, and the NASDAQ Composite Index was 83 points higher. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tim and Carol.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. Our next guest, well known to the F1 racing world, well known to those fans of the Netflix Drive to Survive series. It is so great to have here with us in studio Gunther Steiner. He's ambassador of F1 Miami Grand Prix, former team principal for the Haas F1 team for, I think, 8 seasons?
Yes.
8 seasons. And as I said, he's here in studio. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Well, it's great to have you here. How are you? And first of all, let's go right to the Miami Grand Prix. It's coming up on May 7th, so tell us what we can expect, what fans can expect, and why Miami?
I'm doing good, and Miami, I'm ambassador for the Miami Grand Prix. It is a new Grand Prix. It's only the 3rd season that it's on this year, and they came in pretty big, and they raised the bar in Formula One of organization, just how they do things, you know, just much more entertainment, much more activation, a lot more going on. So if anybody who wants to go and see a Grand Prix, Miami is pretty good because there's so much.
It's kind of an event place, right?
Correct. It's an event. It's not just a car race. It's an event. There is different races, Porsche Super Cup, there is F1 Academy, which is the women racing series. There's just a lot going on all day. It's a sprint weekend. Sprint weekend means there is a race already on Saturday. There's qualifying on Friday for the sprint race on Saturday, and then is qualifying for the race on Saturday afternoon. So a lot of things going on, and for sure it will be an exciting weekend.
What does having a race in Miami bring to the race and also bring to the franchise?
I think Miami is Miami. Going there is always, it's a cool city, you know.
We got to do a remote from Miami, Carol.
I have done, well, I've been, it's a great place.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. You guys want to go there as well, you know.
Invite us.
Especially in the winter.
Yeah. For New Yorker in the winter, you know, sure, no. But no, for the F1 people, it's also, they do such a good job organizing it. Stephen Ross and Tom Garfinkel, just they put on this race somewhere, I wouldn't say out of nowhere, but the idea behind to make it around the stadium and use the stadium to host the teams in there. All the hospitalities of the teams are set up in there, and with the general admission ticket, you actually can have a look at that stuff, and also you can get very close just with the general admission ticket, which is the lowest class ticket, the cheapest one. You can get very close to the cars, so it's pretty cool what they came up with.
Gunther, I think there's 5 Grand Prix races now on North American soil. So is there a point where it can be too much? Like, how do you think about that?
In the moment, there is enough in the moment, I would say. For the future, if the sport keeps on growing in the US was the biggest growing market for Formula One in the last 5 years. Since Liberty Media took over, they grew it in the States because it was underdeveloped in North America. Right. There was only Mexico and Canada for a long time, and then Austin came in, and then Miami came in, and then Las Vegas came in. So I think in the moment they have to solidify the market here, and then we can think about the next race. But in the moment, it's not enough. It's the right amount.
Okay. Forgive me, but I have to ask, who do you think is the most liked driver in principle in F1?
The most liked driver?
Yeah.
Lewis Hamilton, I would say he's the most liked driver.
What about the most disliked?
I don't think anybody. Yeah, exactly.
You knew that's where I was going.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think Lewis Hamilton. I think that's fair to say. He's a crowd favorite.
Is he a good fit at Ferrari?
Yeah, I think so. He's good. You know, we forgot about Danny Ricciardo. He's very liked, you know, as well. You know, so
can't have favorite kids.
Exactly. Yeah, you need to love them all. You know, so we love them all. What was your second?
I said, is he a good fit at Ferrari? Right? He just switched. Yeah.
I would say so, and I think he's motivated. He's now at the stage where he knows that it will be his last seat in F1, driving, in F1. So I think it's every driver's dream to go to Ferrari at some stage. I would say I didn't get to know any driver which has said he doesn't want to go to Ferrari. So I think he will fit in well. He's very good. He's got a very good relationship with Fred Vasseur, the team principal, because when he was up and coming in the lower series, Fred was his boss basically. So I think there's a good synergy there.
I'm going to just say we are made smarter on this subject thanks to our Hannah Elliott, who covers our our auto columnist here. But
no, these are all my original questions. Okay.
But one of the things we were actually talking about her with some other things earlier, and she brought up this point of how do you kind of create more parity? Like you could often have a team that wins race after race after race in terms of Formula One, and we think about the Red Bull team, right, who's done really well. So are there things that could be changed to kind of shake it up so that you don't have the same team over and over, maybe taking top spot? And should it be done? Or how do you feel about the purity of leaving it alone?
I'm for leaving it alone. There's a lot of motorsport where there is balance of performance. You put more weight in the car, so you reduce the power.
Change the mechanicals or something.
Exactly, but Formula One, it's the best man should win and the best machine.
Even if it's over and over again.
If there is a rule, if somebody in the rules can make the best machine, he should have that advantage because they are the best. And I think it will keep on changing. There was a lot of things done that the field is so close together. If you think there is 20 cars out there, and in some of the qualifyings between the first and the last is 1 second. Mm-hmm. How much is 1 second? 20 cars, 20 different people, 10 different car makes, it's something amazing to have them in 1 second.
Right.
Obviously, it's not, everybody would prefer that every weekend another car would win, but I think in Formula One that's not possible.
But
you think about sailboats sometimes racing, right, where they all have the same model and it's like a certain class and something, but you're right, racing it's different.
It's the best machine and the best man should win.
Best team who figures it out, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. That's why they're the best.
But don't you think from a fan perspective or from the perspective of an audience or continuing to build that audience, it might be better for more parity?
It might be short-term better for more parity, but then it's becoming a stage sport. If you manipulate the rules, because then if somebody is not good, all of a sudden he gets, let's say, 50 horsepower more, and he's going to win. What is the next one doing? Not develop the car, just try to ask for a favor to get even another 20 horsepower more. So that is not really what Formula One is about. Formula One is about the best people in the best machines. I think in the moment we are a little bit. Go back to Lewis Hamilton. He won 7 championships almost in a row.
Right.
And Mercedes was dominating. We forgot about that period, but then it ended. Where is Mercedes now? They are 4th or 5th best now in the moment. It can happen to anybody. It can happen that in the next 3 races, Ferrari makes some development on their own behalf without help of any authority and catch up, So that I think would be the best outcome.
And sometimes it's a case of, right, not only the equipment or the car, it's also the driver, right? So the combination, you just don't know what plays. You mentioned women and women racing, and I'm just curious about the F1 Academy. How do you get more women out there in racing? And will the Academy do that? And what should be done to not only increase women in terms of racing, but also more diversity?
I think we start with women. I think with the F1 Academy, the program is started that it is not short term we will have a woman in F1. It takes some time. This is a new start to get women into racing. Because normally girls, when they are small, they don't go go-karting. Boys, let's say I take a number. We've got 1 million boys and we've got 100 women.
Yeah.
The chance to find a talent, 1 million, is much higher than to find them in 100. So we need to bring the amount of girls up which compete in lower classes to find this big talent to come in. Having now the academy, at least they can see that they can get into the academy and we create a momentum around. And even if the girls which are now in the academy cannot make it because they're already too old when they could get to, at least we create interest and maybe their daughters get into go-karting and then all of a sudden we get the pool bigger.
But it's got to start much younger.
Exactly,
it's got to start younger.
Yeah, they need to start younger, like the boys start 5-6 years old.
One other thing I want to ask you, because in sports, increasingly, we report on it here on Bloomberg, is the amount of money that's coming in from Saudi Arabia, Bahrain. The introduction into Middle Eastern money into F1, is that a good thing? How are you seeing about it? And how does it change it?
I don't think it changes F1 in general. It's just like there is quite a few races now. There's 5 races now in the Middle East.
Right.
But otherwise, I think the Middle East is investing in all sports. If you look, they're investing in golf.
Well, we understand what they're doing, but you think it's okay?
It's okay. Yeah, I think it's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. I think they are interested to invest in sports, and Formula One is one of the biggest global sports. So why should not they invest there?
We got 30 seconds left. What's next for you? We know Miami is your focus. What's next for you?
I don't know. The rest, what is for me, I'm in a good place now. If there's something interesting for me coming along where I get a good challenge and a good opportunity with a vision to go on the podium, I take it. Otherwise, I keep on doing what I like to do, and that is I have a choice.
Another team, perhaps?
I don't know. I don't know that in the moment.
I'm still thinking about putting a 5-year-old behind the wheel of a go-kart.
You have a son, you could do it. I have a daughter.
He's
I should have
5.
died, you know.
He's 5.
Well, real quickly, 10 seconds. How young do they have to start?
You said 5 or 6.
You did say 5 or 6. So that's what you're thinking.
Like small go-kart.
So it's really young.
Yeah. My kid can't even get a glass of water without spilling it. I don't know about putting it behind the wheel.
Gunter, thank you so much. Good luck. And good luck in Miami. Gunter Steiner, he is ambassador of F1 Miami Grand Prix, joining us here in our Interactive Broker studio.
Let's get to check the latest world and national news. We got Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99 newsroom in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office has apparently agreed to reschedule his delegation's visit to Washington. That's to discuss possible military operations in Rafah. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says they're working on a possible date. The initial meeting was canceled earlier this week after the U.S. abstained and did not veto a UN resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. Well, while recovery teams continue to look for 6 missing construction workers in the aftermath of the Baltimore Bridge collapse, local officials are also worried about how the region will recover. Maryland Congressman Glenn Ivey tells Bloomberg he's hopeful Congress will step up and help provide any needed funds.
I'm hoping that this will be the type of tragedy that brings people together instead of pushing, people into partisan corners. And I'm hoping we can get something done here relatively quickly.
Congressman Ivey says the Port of Baltimore adds $15 million a day to the country's economy, and it's the nation's largest port for delivery of foreign cars and trucks. New York commuters may soon be paying more to enter Manhattan. Today, the MTA board approved a congestion pricing plan, which will result in a $15 fee to enter the city south of 60th Street. Board member David Jones voted yes because he says the plan's advantages to the region as a whole.
Funding the infrastructure, the subways, buses, and commuter rail, while at the same time reducing congestion and helping to clean the air. This is a trifecta.
The MTA plans to start the tolls in mid-June, but a number of lawsuits are working through the courts, which could cause a delay. Lottery officials say the winner of last night's Mega Millions jackpot bought their winning ticket at a ShopRite liquor store in Neptune, New Jersey. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Gains for Wall Street's three main stock indexes today, and a record for one. Dow climbing 478 points. NASDAQ was up 84 points. S&P 500, that rose 45 points to end the session at 42.48, up about 0.9%. That registers as an all-time high, in fact, the 21st this year. Apple and Tesla shares, they climbed. And then you had NVIDIA. That was a different story. Those shares fell 2.5%. In the meantime, economist Bruce Kassman at J.P. Morgan Securities says, you know what, the Fed's inflation target, we've been talking about that, he thinks it remains elusive.
We still have a tight labor market. We have elevated inflation, which I think is sticky. I think the goods price story globally is shifting here. I'm just not convinced that's going to be enough to get inflation all the way down to what will make the Fed comfortable over the next year or so.
And individual shares also on the move. Carnival up almost 1%, most active. They slightly raised their outlook for 2024 amid record-setting demand for cruises. At the same time, Carnival also cited the negative impact related to the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore. Investors also waiting for the key economic report this Friday, the Fed's preferred inflation measure, the PCE deflator. And by the way, markets are closed Friday, but the federal government is open. They will be publishing economic data as well. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, John Tucker. Well, from U.S. sanctions on Russia to tariffs on Chinese imports to America's ballooning debt load, policies that touch the Treasury Department are becoming fraught with politics. All of these pose risks to the national asset the agency is supposed to protect at all costs, the U.S. dollar.
Yeah, so Tim, it's too early to tell whether the dollar's status as the world's dominant currency is in imminent danger, but there's no question that America's privileged position at the center of the global financial system is increasingly being challenged by friends and foes alike.
Those words from an excerpt of Saleha Mosen's new book, Paper Soldiers, How the Weaponization of the Dollar Changed the World Order. Saleha is Bloomberg News senior Washington correspondent. She joins us now from Washington, D.C. Saleha, congratulations on the new book, on Paper Soldiers. I do want to start at the beginning. How did the U.S. dollar become a weapon of war? What's the point that we can trace that back to?
There's 2 points. One, we can trace it back to 1944 when during the Bretton Woods Conference, finance ministers and economic officials from 44 countries around the world got together and by design crowned the almighty buck King Dollar as the world's reserve asset. But the other key point in the timeline is 9/11. The war on terror that George W. Bush launched did not start with military boots or a military tank rolling into a foreign country. It started with the Treasury Department action, with the White House and the president giving the Treasury Department the authority to use the power of the dollar to follow the financial footprints of terrorists who had undertaken those attacks.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, in this idea of the dollar, the weaponization of the U.S. currency. So the impact of that longer term, what has that been?
Well, we've seen the homeland protected, national security interests and American foreign policy agenda and goals have been enforced through that. There are benefits to the U.S. of having the world's reserve asset. We have stable and predictable inflation in normal times. We also can finance our federal deficit and our home and auto loans at the lowest rate possible because we have the credibility as the steward of the world's reserve asset. But now we're seeing with the Russian invasion and the U.S.-led sanctions on Russia in response to the invasion of Ukraine that it's possible that the bite from American sanctions is not quite as harsh as once thought.
Interesting. So, you know what I find interesting is I feel like you've been doing this a while, Tim's been doing this a while, I've been doing this a while. Like, there's so many times where you hear, like, okay, the domination of the dollar, it's about to come undone. You know, whether it's from China, whether it's from other, countries and so on and so forth.
Russia doesn't, Russia doesn't want it to be the reserve currency.
Exactly. And yet here we are still. So I'm curious, in writing this book and in your coverage and thinking about the dollar, I mean, how are you thinking about kind of that narrative and where it is today and whether there is some point in time when maybe the dollar isn't the dominant currency?
Carol, you're absolutely right. Every decade or so, there is someone out there, or many people out there saying that, oh, maybe the yen is going to now be the world's reserve asset. Maybe it's going to be the euro. Maybe it's the Chinese yuan or Bitcoin. This comes and goes. The landscape now in 2024, as the de-dollarization rhetoric amps up, is a little bit different because we are seeing for the first time since World War II and the economic integration that launched in the aftermath of that, we are seeing that fragmented, that kind of coming apart with Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the U.S. having to lead the charge on sanctioning a G20 country. But what you're talking about is actually where I begin and I end the book. I end that we might not know if this is the moment that began true de-dollarization, because a lot of it just has to do with American economic and democratic strength.
Is this moment a little different because of cryptocurrency in any way, or is that something we can dismiss just right off the bat?
I wouldn't dismiss it. You know, one thing I do lay out in the book is how in 1862, when Treasury Secretary Salmon P. Chase talked about developing a paper currency, there were lawmakers who thought that that would be, quote, immoral to do that and not have currency benchmarked or marked against gold. And so you hear a lot of that rhetoric when a new technology emerges, a new type of currency emerges. So you don't want to dismiss that right away. But I don't, until you see a challenger that is big enough, liquid enough, and backed by a central bank and a government, until you see a challenger like that, there's really nowhere that the world can turn to outside the dollar.
But it's so interesting, right? Like we were kidding earlier about, we're a capitalistic society and so on and so forth, and free markets, right? But if you start to weaponize a currency, right, you kind of detach it a little bit from maybe the economic underpinnings that really determine its value. Is that fair?
You know, if you open up, unfurl a crumpled up dollar bill, it will say "In God We Trust." But really, what the buck represents is the world's trust in America's integrity, in our free and fair elections, rule of law, the stability of our democracy. So as long as we can keep that strong, then no one can really touch the dollar.
Well, we've got a great question off there. You want to go here?
No, go ahead.
Okay, what I'm thinking is, all right, it's an election year, right? And we're all talking about it every day. It's now obviously factoring into every conversation, investment conversation, economic conversation, because we are assuming at this point it's going to be a rematch of Donald Trump and Joe Biden. So in an election year, how does the role of the dollar change on who's elected? Or as you talk about the faith in the United States?
Well, when it comes to the exchange rate value, investors seem to think that Trump will bring on a rally in the dollar if he wins. There's been some recent research that's revealed that in the past 40 years, data shows that Republican administrations tend to have policies that trend the dollar in a weaker exchange rate direction. But I think what's different about those kinds of bets are that we are now, for the first time in a quarter of a century or more, seeing both parties, Republicans and Democrats, talking about rebuilding and fortifying the industrial economy and manufacturing sector of the U.S. And those kinds of inward-looking economic and trade policies actually rely on a weaker dollar policy. And we've seen, in the Trump administration, it was Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin, and now in the Biden administration, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. Both have abandoned the strong dollar mantra, the strong dollar policy of the 90s, and have welcomed a weaker currency.
Hey, we only have 30 seconds left, but Saleha, I just want to end the interview with the idea of the biggest threat out there to the domination of the dollar. What is that as we speak?
I think it's within our borders. If we can't get our fiscal house in order, and if we can't get bipartisanship in our electorate and in Congress, I think that's the biggest threat to the dollar.
Yeah, really fascinating, right? We make an assumption around it, but there are things that could certainly deteriorate the trust in it.
And we hear this complaint a lot from guests, but it's not necessarily playing into financial markets right now.
Not yet.
Concerns about the deficit, concerns about the fiscal house.
But you do wonder. Anyway, Saleha, really great stuff. Saleha Mohsen, she's senior Washington correspondent at Bloomberg News. Check out her new book, Paper Soldiers, How the Weaponization of the Dollar Changed the World Order. A really great deep dive and understanding of the U.S. currency. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with a look at some of the companies we're following today. Legal experts say there is a path for reducing liability for the owner of the ship that rammed into the Baltimore Bridge. This comes under an obscure 19th century law that once invoked by the owner of the Titanic to limit its payout for that 1912 sinking. It's an 1851 law, and it could lower the exposure to tens of millions of dollars by capping the ship owner's liability at how much the vessel is worth after the crash, plus any earnings it collected from carrying the freight on the board. A Singapore-based Grace Ocean is the owner of the container ship Dolly that crashed at the start of the voyage, chartered by the shipping giant Maersk. Amazon taking a big step in its AI ambition. They're adding $2.75 billion to its stake in AI startup Anthropic. So it brings Amazon's total investment to $4 billion. Anthropic was started back in 2021 by a group of researchers, formerly with ChatGPT creator OpenAI, which increasingly is under the influence of big stakeholder Microsoft. It's now a direct competitor with OpenAI. And then you had Reddit shares today. They notched their largest one-day drop since the social media company's trading debut after Hedge Eye Risk Management released a report adding it as a short idea and saying it should fall by 50%. The stock slipped today to end the trading session at $57.75 a share. That's its lowest closing level since March 22nd. Reddit shares have been on a tear since the company's March 21st initial public offering, gaining more than 90% to an all-time high close of $65.11 just yesterday. And that's your company news.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get a check on the latest world and national news. We got Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. Officials are wasting no time in mapping out the recovery in Baltimore, where a bridge collapsed early yesterday, impacting one of the nation's busiest ports. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg spoke with Bloomberg about the rebuilding effort.
We've got to make sure that funding is not a source of delay in getting to work. And even this afternoon, our Federal Highways Administration team already sitting down with the Maryland DOT to talk design, procurement, and what it's going to take to scope and launch that project of getting a new bridge built.
Federal officials have told Maryland lawmakers replacing the bridge could cost at least $2 billion. Secretary Buttigieg also commended the divers who are still searching the waters near the bridge in hopes of finding the 6 construction workers whose lives were lost. Allies of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Disney have reached a settlement agreement on a state court fight over how Walt Disney World is developed in the future. It follows the takeover of the theme park resort's government by the Florida governor, who was responding to the news earlier today.
I think that there's a desire to move forward. I think that they have things that they probably have opportunities to do to expand their footprint, to continue to attract visitors, and those things when they can coincide with the state's interest.
Again, Governor DeSantis, the deal will revoke some of the changes that limited the powers of the municipal authority, including its ability to review theme park expansions and billboard advertising. The U.S.'s first ever congestion pricing toll is set to move forward after approval today on a new fee by New York's Metropolitan Transportation Authority. Congestion pricing will charge motorists a toll driving into Manhattan's Central Business District, which runs south of 60th Street. Drivers could begin paying the new fee as soon as mid-June. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Carol and Tim.
Hey, thank you so much for that update, Nancy Lyons. Really do appreciate it. Tim Stenevec, Carol Masser, and John Tucker in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. You heard Nancy just now mention New York congestion pricing winning key approval from a transit board. That means that drivers in New York City are inching closer to paying a new fee to enter Manhattan's Central Business District after the MTA approved the nation's first congestion pricing plan, which could begin as soon as mid-June. When this happened, I was in the newsroom, John Tucker, and I got to tell you...
And you heard me scream?
I didn't. I don't think you were there. I think you were working in the studio. We were working in the newsroom. I don't think there's any issue more polarizing for New Yorkers right now than this issue.
Hey, look, we all love mass transit, and New York City's mass transit system is excellent. I mean, you can get anywhere on the subway
as long as
at
it's
a reasonable at a reasonable price.
Yes, $2.90.
But there's an issue for those that have to drive, delivery drivers, you know, bringing in everything to Manhattan, and for commuters who don't have a choice, who don't have mass transit available to them, especially those that are in New Jersey who come in overnight hours to get here to be on the radio.
Yeah, I think you're talking about yourself.
Well,
there also are issues when if people live in areas that don't have access to mass transit. And they live in areas that aren't accessible through MTA's system right now. However, that being said, I think proponents of this plan would point to the success that congestion pricing had in London. Talking to a colleague earlier today who lived in the areas, from the area, he said it absolutely saved the city.
Yeah, to some extent. I would also argue that a lot of the congestion in Manhattan could be avoided just by getting rid of certain lanes and enforcing the existing traffic laws, like don't double and triple park on 3rd Avenue. Because going from
that's
work...
a huge issue.
It's a huge issue.
It's not just 3rd Avenue, John.
But yeah, I mean, the MTA it needs money to upgrade the subway and make the repairs and keep it up to date, because it's an expensive system. But in essence, with the lawsuits that have been brought by New Jersey in particular, you're placing that onus on people who live out of state.
Well, the program still faces lawsuits, like you mentioned, that could block implementation. That is going to do it for Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Tim Stanovic, along with Carol Master and John Tucker. Bloomberg Balance of Power starts now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew. A day after the collapse of Baltimore's Key Bridge, the recovery mission continues, with 6 people now presumed dead. And more questions about rebuilding and funding. We'll have highlights of my conversation today with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, and California Congressman John Garamendi will join us live. Another retirement from Congress, this time a Democrat from New Hampshire. We'll take stock of where we sit with a slew of retirements, as well as resignations on both sides of the aisle. And Israel and the U.S. trying to restore a meeting on Gaza now after the U.S. allowed a ceasefire resolution to move ahead in the UN Security Council. Carmel Arbit of the Atlantic Council will be with us later this hour. Thanks for joining us. We'll have a lot more on that still ahead. We begin with our top story here. 6 people, as I mentioned, now presumed dead after the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore yesterday. Investigators have recovered the data recorder, the black box, if you will, from the ship that caused that collapse. They boarded the boat last night, but the fate of the ship and of the harbor remain unclear. Maryland Governor Wes Moore speaking with reporters earlier today.
It's a huge economic impact for the country. This is not just impacting Maryland. This is impacting that farmer in Kentucky. It's impacting that auto dealer in Michigan. And so it is imperative that we get this bridge rebuilt. It's imperative that we get the Port of Baltimore back up and going. And it's not just about how are we supporting Maryland. This is about how we're supporting the American economy.
Joining us now at the table, Bloomberg's Peggy Collins and Jonathan Tamari of Bloomberg Government. It's great to have both of you with us. Peggy, we just gave the update on where things stand, and there are so many questions that we cannot answer yet, including the duration of what Pete Buttigieg is describing as a very complicated project, and the timeline, not to mention how we're going to pay for it. This debate over funding is about to get underway. What's it going to look like?
Well, our colleague at Bloomberg Government, Zach Cohen, just released a stat from his reporting on the Hill that there are estimates it will cost about $2 billion to fix it. We've already heard President Biden come out and say that he wants the government to foot the bill, but that will involve a number of things, potentially funding from the infrastructure bill, funding from the Department of Transportation, and likely some type of supplemental from Congress. And as we've seen time and time again, getting things through Congress is not smooth right now.
Well, that's absolutely right. Right, $2 billion. That's really important, and I'm glad that you mentioned that, Peggy. It's the first time I've heard a number on this, Jonathan. What's Congress going to say? What will Republicans in the House say?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be smooth sailing, as Peggy mentioned. If you think back to Superstorm Sandy a little while back, and there was a push for emergency aid right then for New York and New Jersey, there was a lot of resistance from Republicans, and they said any new spending needed to be offset with cuts. Democrats said, no, this is an emergency. We don't, hold a state or a city hostage over when they're having an emergency. And I think those comments from Governor Moore were almost anticipating some of this fight, where he was saying, this isn't just a Maryland issue, it affects other states as well.
Yeah, right. I spoke earlier, as I mentioned, with the Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg. He spoke about how the ship's cargo currently is being handled. Just give us a sense of how delicate this whole operation is. Let's listen.
What we're seeing right now is other ports are preparing to absorb some of those shipments. It really depends, though, on the type of shipment. That's exactly why we're so glad that this freight office is up and running. This was created by the president's bipartisan infrastructure package. We stood it up in accordance with that legislation, and it is coming in handy. This is not air traffic control. There's no one kind of tower, so to speak, or authority that tells ships where to go the way you have for aircraft. They are independent actors. We're bringing them to the table to make sure that there's better coordination.
He's going to be holding an important meeting tomorrow with supply chain stakeholders, as the White House likes to say. This is not the first time, though, as he talks about this freight office, that this White House has had to deal with supply chain issues. We think about what's happening in the Red Sea, and we bring it all the way back to COVID.
That's right, Joe. I mean, supply chain shocks have been one of the biggest things that this economy has had to deal with for several years now. Our chief U.S. economist, Anna Wong, had a piece out today that notes that one of the things the country is trying to deal with is inflation coming down. And one of the things that has been a part of that is car prices. We talk so much about used car prices and car prices during the pandemic, and we have seen those coming down. The Port of Baltimore is very much so important when it comes to automobiles. And so the question is whether or not those prices will start to rise if that port is out of commission for a long period of time and things have to get diverted to places like Newark or even the West Coast.
Well, you wonder if some of these diversions could be permanent to the detriment of Baltimore and the local economy there. Getting back to the Transportation Secretary, before I spoke with him earlier today on Bloomberg, he held forth in the briefing room at the White House. Here's what he told reporters.
What we do know is a bridge like this one, completed in the 1970s, was simply not made to withstand a direct impact on a critical support pier from a vessel that weighs about 200 million pounds, orders of magnitude bigger than cargo ships that were in service in that region at the time that the bridge was first built.
That's really important, Jonathan, because it tells us this is not really an infrastructure problem. This was a bridge that was up to code. And this is going to come back to who was at fault at some point, and I wonder what the response will be from Congress on that specific issue. The president says the federal government should rebuild it before we start dealing with who was at fault or liabilities.
Yeah, and I think it dovetails with kind of the image that President Biden has tried to put forward from the start of his presidency, that he's the infrastructure president, that he's the guy who's going to rebuild things. It was one of his first really big signature pieces of legislation. So even though it's highly unlikely this will get rebuilt in time for the election, he and his administration are going to want to show progress and to kind of basically build on the Biden brand as they head towards an election.
We've got another hit from Congress today, another departure. Annie Custer in this case, representative from New Hampshire, a Democrat. Jonathan, I've lost count at this point. I think we're beyond 40 resignations in this Congress, and it is both sides of the aisle. What's going on?
It is, and it's a little surprising because usually you see one side leaving, kind of heading for the hills when they realize they're going to be in the minority. Yeah. And Democrats are pretty confident they're going to gain the majority, and so Custer, you would think, would relish that. She is the chair of the New Democrats. I don't know how much longer she would have been able to remain in the chair, so it's possible that she's term limited there. I also just think Congress has not been a fun place to be for these past 2 years. You know, there's just so hard to get things done. There's so much fighting going on. I just think a lot of people are not enjoying their work there right now.
Annie Custer, who was in front of that write-in campaign for Joe Biden in the primary that wasn't in New Hampshire. You know, Peggy, I'd ask you if this was a generational turnover, but the fact is it's not. Look at Mike Gallagher. So many young lawmakers are leaving as well. Is this the worst job in the world?
Well, I think, as we were just talking, it has become a place that's incredibly politically divided, and a lot of people in the past have gone into Congress because they actually think they can make a difference in the country, and I think that's what we're really at the crossroads of. And we are in an election year,
Yes.
right? And Trump is on the ballot with Biden, and that is something that is also facing people in Congress very much so in the face in terms of whether or not they want to see this through into 2025.
Well, the generational change, it appears, will not be coming in the presidential campaign as we talk more about the age of these two gentlemen, just about any policy that they're talking about. Peggy, Joe Biden's going to be on stage with Bill Clinton and Barack Obama tomorrow, a fundraiser in New York, putting the band back together again. Does that help him bringing the former presidents on the stage to make him look younger, more relevant, remind people of the good old days? What's the point?
Well, I think it certainly rallies the base, right? It gets people excited about the history of the Democratic Party in our generation and time. I think one of the other things to note that we've been reporting on here in D.C. is the delta in terms of the money raised. You know, Biden does have a clear advantage, and it is when it comes to fundraising and the money that he and the Democratic Party have been able to raise. And this is another way to get more people out to potentially get farther ahead on the money front while Trump is dealing with his legal battles and legal fines.
Of course, it's not a mistake that this is taking place in New York. President's going up to the ATM in Manhattan here, and if you show up with Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, that's a win, right? You hail from New Jersey. This is Clinton and Obama country.
Yeah, it's very blue territory, and he's going to be up there with people who, frankly, are more popular than he is, which is, I'm sure that they're hoping that rubs off on the president and just reminds people in general of, you know, other Democrats who have won the popular vote, who've won the Electoral College twice, and kind of reminds them of the party brand writ large, even if President Joe Biden himself is not particularly popular right now.
That's right. We'll have a lot more on that event tomorrow here, and of course, much more on the situation in Baltimore in the days and weeks ahead. Our thanks to Jonathan Tamari and Peggy Collins for a great conversation to get us rolling tonight. Coming up, Democratic Congressman John Garamendi of California, a member of the House Transportation Committee, will join with his take on this. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
There's already outreach efforts going on. As you know, we've had challenges in the House in particular with respect to just passing basic legislation. But we've been able to get some things done when necessary. Last week, it just passed the bill, $1 trillion funding bill for keeping the government open. And I'm hoping that this will be the type of tragedy that brings people together instead of pushing, people into partisan corners.
Maryland Congressman Glenn Ivey talking with me earlier, the early edition of Balance of Power today, as we consider the job ahead in Baltimore and the cost of that job, replacing a 1.6-mile-long bridge in a project that could take years. There's a debate that's about to get underway here in Washington about this, and one man who will be in the middle of it is California Democratic Congressman John Garamendi. He serves on the Transportation Committee. And Congressman, it's great to see you. I appreciate your coming back. I keep hearing that this is going to be controversial, that this is not 2007 following the Minnesota bridge collapse. Is that true?
Well, certainly the Congress of the United States is in total disarray. There's no doubt about it. The Republicans really cannot do anything. They always rely upon the Democrats. But I will tell you this. I think there's going to be a very, very strong desire, Democrat and Republican alike, certainly the Democrats, to rebuild this bridge. But I don't think it has to be federal taxpayer money. This was an accident that was caused by a shipping company. And there is a liability that they have. And they're going to have to participate, perhaps totally, in the cost of rebuilding what they have destroyed. And so that let's first go to the insurance side of it, and then we'll see what's left over. With regard to the timing, it could take forever to get it built. But on the other hand, we can build quickly if there is a necessity to do so, and there is certainly a necessity here. The environmental issues should be secondary, or maybe not even considered as a new bridge is designed and built, and maybe we don't even need a new design. There are bridges that are similar purpose to this one. We can take a design out of an older bridge that may have been built in the last decade with modern standards. Yep. So let's get on with it.
You're no stranger to the shipping industry, Congressman. You're not only on the Transportation Committee, but of course, you spent quite a bit of time working your Ocean Shipping Reform Implementation Act into law. Does further reform follow this accident? Is this a matter of additional regulations or simply holding this shipper accountable?
Well, let's figure out what actually was the cause of all this. Clearly, this accident was caused by this ship, by Maersk, who either owns the ship or has chartered the ship, and the ship owner. So let's get that question first. With regard to additional regulations or requirements, perhaps so. But we don't know the answer to that question until we know what was the problem. Clearly, the ship seems to have, well, I'm not going to speculate. Let's figure out what the problem was, and then we'll decide about additional regulations. The Coast Guard is certainly first up in order. MARAD and other organizations will also have to chime in, including possibly the Congress of the United States.
One thing that's been determined today by the Transportation Secretary, Congressman, is that this bridge was not designed to withstand the impact of a 200 million pound cargo ship. This was not an infrastructure failure. This bridge was up to code. Do all bridges now need to be made at additional cost to withstand a ship strike like this, even if it's one that comes from operator error?
Well, let me start with responsibility here. The responsibility for this accident, the collapse of this, was the shipping company, the owner of the ship and the charterer of the ship. They have insurance. This may be a question right there. Do they have adequate insurance? Well, as a former insurance commissioner, that's the starting point for this entire discussion. The taxpayers come in secondarily here, but really the first responsibility is the insurance company, probably Lloyd's of London, that holds the insurance policy, and then the company and the owner of the ship also. That's the first thing. Should there be better protection for these structures? The answer is probably yes, and that's something that we'll have to consider as we look at existing bridges. I know the first question that came to my wife and I as we were looking at this yesterday is, well, what if this happened in San Francisco? What if somebody were to take out the Bay Bridge, not the San Francisco Bay Bridge, the Golden Gate Bridge? What would that mean? Well, that would shut down that entire area also. So we need to look at the safety precautions. These are the fenders or the structures that protect the critical foundation for the bridge.
Is that something that your transportation committee will work on, Congressman? I suspect that would require legislation to implement regulations like that. Would your Republican colleagues sign on to additional regulations?
I would hope so. I think what we're looking at here is the use of the infrastructure money. We have two bridge programs in the Infrastructure and Jobs Act. One bridge program is an ongoing program, about $400 to $600 million a year, grant programs around the nation for all the bridges in the nation. Then there is the mega bridge program for very, very large projects. Perhaps this is one. I know that there are a couple of others around the nation. The tunnel underneath the Hudson River in New York, New Jersey. That's a mega project specifically done, not a bridge, but a mega project. There are a couple of other mega bridge projects that have already been allocated. It may be that the additional money beyond insurance necessary for this project could come from the mega bridge or from the normal bridge grant program. And that's where you might see the owners of bridges, for example, the Golden Gate Bridge Authority in California, may want to seek some additional money from the federal government, as well as their own money, to build a better fender around the critical foundations.
Right. Can we just be clear, Congressman, we're out of time, but can you tell our viewers and listeners that the Golden Gate Bridge could withstand a strike from a ship like that or could not?
I don't know, but I'm absolutely certain that the Golden Gate Bridge Authority is asking themselves that question. And I would suspect that every other bridge owner is similarly asking a question just like that.
Congressman, I'm glad you could join us. John Garamendi of California. We thank you for the time again today on Bloomberg. Coming up, we'll take a closer look at the changing economic fortunes of one state and what it could mean for the presidential election. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for joining. The economic recovery of one key swing state could bode well for President Biden in the upcoming election. Bloomberg editor-in-chief emeritus Matthew Winkler writing in Bloomberg Opinion that after struggling under former President Trump, quote, Michigan is poised to reclaim its leadership role in the U.S. economy with Biden in the White House, unquote. Mr. Winkler, it's great to see you. Thanks for joining, as always, on Balance of Power. You start your column, however, with an acknowledgement of reality. If the election were held today, Michigan would choose Donald Trump over Joe Biden. But you're looking across the valley. What do you see?
Well, the valley is that Michigan is in the best shape it's been certainly since COVID, and it's in the best shape it's been in actually quite some time. And the way we know that is the job market in Michigan has almost completely rebounded from where it was pre-pandemic. It's going to get there within a month or so. And it's a complete reversal of where it was during the Trump presidency when it was third worst from the bottom of the 50 states. And we also know this because we look at something called the Philadelphia Federal Reserve Bank coincident indexes, which show that through a variety of metrics, the standard of living in Michigan is much higher today than it was under Trump. And that, by the way, includes that issue that everybody brings up called inflation. It means that people are actually living better. Their cost of living is actually lower than it was under Trump. So you put all of that together, it's a relative boom. And we do know that there's often a lag between when people actually express how they're feeling. But in the case of polls, I should add, they really have proved quite misleading. Just look at the Alabama special election yesterday. Nobody saw that one coming, right? And the people who are pushing polls don't mention that one because it says that polls are often very misleading. And they are actually in this case because when you go to, say, a Pew poll of last year and it asks the very same people who say the economy isn't performing well, how are you doing? And they say, well, I'm doing great. And those are the same people, so you can't have it both ways. But the data is not in any way ambiguous. It's emphatic.
Yeah, well, you said something important there. It sounds to me then that Joe Biden's greatest asset right now is time.
His greatest asset actually is facts. The facts are indisputable. Polls are ephemeral and are a perception. And if you look at the way people have voted, right in my backyard, Long Island, everybody said the Long Island election that replaced the Santos seat would be too close to call, and he won it by 8 percentage points. So polls are actually misleading. The facts get stronger as we go.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's music to Joe Biden's ears when you consider the lag effects, as you discussed just now, and the trajectory of this economy pulling off potentially a soft landing or no landing in the next 8 months. He could have a much more interesting story to tell. Our thanks to Bloomberg's Matthew Winkler. Find the column on the terminal and online. Great to see you, sir. Coming up, we'll be joined by Carmel Arbit of the Atlantic Council as we turn our attention to the situation in Israel and the hope for a ceasefire in Gaza. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Gaza today, the number of civilian casualties is far too high, and the amount of humanitarian aid is far too low. Gaza is suffering a humanitarian catastrophe, and the situation is getting even worse. We need immediate increases in assistance to avert famine. Our work to open a temporary humanitarian corridor by sea will help.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin yesterday as he met with his Israeli counterpart at the Pentagon with a very stern message. As we turn now to Carmel Arbit of the Atlantic Council and her take on what's happening in Israel or not happening, depending on who you ask. Carmel, it's great to see you. The IDF says that it has dismantled 20 of the original 24 Hamas battalions. The 4 remaining fully operational battalions, they say, are now all in Rafah. The U.S. is, of course, urging restraint, asking Israel to not advance with this invasion. What would it take for Israel to dismantle the remaining 4?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me on. According to the Israeli calculation, they cannot win this war against Hamas without going into Rafah. This has become a flashpoint in terms of tensions with the United States, because even where we've seen political tensions, we haven't seen real policy disagreements, but Rafah is one of them. And so right now, the Israelis and the U.S. are continuing to discuss what the future will hold vis-a-vis an Israeli incursion in Rafah, but it is very hard to envision a scenario where this war ends without one. And that could come at a great, great cost to Palestinian civilians.
Well, we're talking about sort of 2 conversations at once here, Carmel. There's the conversation about Rafah, and of course Israel says it will move into Rafah with or without U.S. support. There's also the conversation about a ceasefire. I'm not really sure how we get to both at once here, but negotiators could be back at the table soon, despite this flap over the UN Security Council vote. I'd like for you to hear from Benjamin Netanyahu. The Prime Minister spoke earlier in Jerusalem about the current pressure placed on Israel following that vote.
I think the bad thing about the U.S. decision and the United Nations Security Council was that it encouraged Hamas to take hard line and to believe that international pressure will prevent Israel from freeing the hostages and destroy Hamas.
Carmel, he wanted the U.S. to veto that resolution, not just vote in abstention, as we saw. Is there time to put this back together? We're hearing talk now of that delegation from Israel being restored.
The U.S. made very clear after it abstained from the vote that it abstained and did not veto it because the resolution still called for a ceasefire and for the release of hostages. And it not only called for a ceasefire, it called for a temporary ceasefire. And that's really where the division exists now between Israelis and where Hamas is. Israel is saying we're open to a temporary ceasefire with certain conditions, and Hamas has continued to say that that has to be permanent. I think we're going to still see negotiations move forward. There is both parties have an interest in coming to some kind of a temporary ceasefire agreement, no matter how difficult it is for them to arrive at that place. So while the UN may have, the vote at the UN may have added to frictions that are happening now between the US and Israel, I don't think that it undermined any discussions around a ceasefire in any meaningful way.
So where is this going in the next couple of days here then? Could this coincide with the end of Ramadan? What's your expectation, Carmel?
It's very hard to say at this point. The two sides are very far apart. Again, the question being whether it will be a permanent ceasefire or a temporary ceasefire, with the U.S. continuing to back that temporary ceasefire. From the Israeli perspective, they think that the more Hamas is suffering, and frankly, the more Gaza suffers, the incentives for a temporary ceasefire will grow. Hamas, again, is looking for a permanent end here. It is very hard to predict how soon that ceasefire will come, but it is inevitably we will arrive at that place. The war is not going to go on forever. The Israeli government has been very clear about that. We're talking about weeks and months, not further years. So it's really just a matter of time at this point, and who gains or loses what with each day that passes.
Well, and we can't see real distribution of aid, Carmel, until there is a ceasefire. We're trying to work around this with airdrops. We're talking about building a temporary port. Will those be necessary, or could a ceasefire come first?
But the challenge of aid right now is formidable. The Israelis will say, we're letting all the aid in that they could possibly need. More aid is going in than had ever gone in before. It's important to remember that 2/3 of Gazans had been reliant on food assistance even before this war had happened. But the reality is that not enough aid is getting to the people who need it. And that's not going to be solved even when the war ends or even during a ceasefire. And part of the reason is that the infrastructure within Gaza has been so destroyed that aid may be gathering in the south, but not getting to the people who need it in the north. And then you have the problem of things like airdrops and ports, which are slow and costly and not meeting the demands. So again, nothing is going to be resolved overnight. It will take a long time to address this crisis.
Well, that's for sure. I wonder what we're going to be talking about here weeks or months from now. The president is dealing with a fraught political situation here at home with pushback from progressives. Even his own White House, we're hearing from the vice president, in this case, Kamala Harris, talking about repercussions if Israel should move into Rafah. Is there going to be a red line that's drawn by this White House?
So we haven't heard it yet, but what we are seeing is frictions mounting. It's important, as I said at the beginning, we have to differentiate the politics and the policy. Right now, the politics are becoming increasingly fraught. Netanyahu is pandering to a right-wing domestic audience while he tries to retain his coalition, publicly going after the Biden administration, showing that he doesn't need the U.S., when in fact Israel knows that they do. Biden, on the other hand, and the administration have to be responsive to an American public that, as polls are showing, is decreasingly supportive of this war. And so both sides are really trying to see how to speak to that public audience while moving forward in a policy way that makes sense for both countries.
I'm glad you could join. As always, Carmel Arbit, thanks for being back with us, non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Coming up, President Biden is promising federal support to rebuild after the Baltimore bridge collapse. Our political panel will get into the latest developments on this and a lot more next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington with breaking news as it is now being reported that former Senator Joe Lieberman has died. Most recently, a national co-chair to the No Labels operation. We, in fact, just spoke with him last week about their effort to get a candidate on the ballot to run against Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Of course, a longtime veteran of the Democratic Party, although he served as well as an independent in his last cup of coffee in the U.S. Senate. 24 years in the upper chamber. Joe Lieberman, of course, also ran as a vice presidential candidate, the vice presidential nominee with Al Gore in the year 2000, thrown into, of course, one of the most remarkable recounts in modern presidential history. Joe Lieberman, the gentleman from Connecticut, has died at 82. Joining us now, our political panel, Lauren Tomlinson is with us, partner at Steer PR, and Alvin Jordan of Rock Solutions, neither of whom were prepared to talk about this, but that's the way things go. Alvin, his legacy in the Democratic Party, even though he ended his tenure as an independent, would be described how?
I would just say as one of those titans, just like one of the names that, you know, kind of when you come into the world of kind of policy and just life on the Hill, just one of those names that kind of sticks, right? You said the gentleman from Connecticut. That was kind of my first thought as we were kind of thinking about this or talking about this just a quick second ago. And, you know, I think just in a year where we're starting to see, you know, a handful of people start to kind of bow out and retire, it's kind of the opposite with Lieberman in the sense that, like, again, like one of those names that's been around and kind of dedicated, you know, kind of the majority of his life, for that matter, to you know, democracy in the country in that way. And so definitely a loss for sure.
Yeah, you know, you think about the generational turnover here, Lauren. That's something that you know a lot about, having spent some time in Washington. This is a generation of leaders that we're quickly losing here in Washington and not replacing them always very well.
Yeah, you know, with Senator Lieberman, he was that same class where he was serving in the Senate with Joe Biden. He was serving in the Senate with my former boss, Saxby Chambliss, John McCain. You think about all of these names, and they served for a really long time as well. And it was a different age back then when they were all in the Senate together. You know, there was a lot of bipartisanship. There was a lot of working together. They were all very friendly with one another. And so I think, you know, we talk about even the generational change of how the Senate is evolving with the new members that are coming in, and how populism and some of the politics of the day have kind of changed and made that bipartisanship a little less popular for members to pursue. Joe Lieberman's death, I think, gives us a glimpse to remember a time when people were still wanting to work together in that chamber.
Despite his legacy as a veteran of the Democratic Party, Alvin, he's been giving Democrats some adjective recently with this no labels turn. He was one of the last remaining party co-chairs, if we can even call No Labels a party. It's really not. What was he trying to get done here after all that time in the Democratic Party?
Well, I think kind of what, in essence, the country is hoping for, which is just an opportunity to have a candidate that represents kind of a full picture of, you know, obviously one party in particular, but you know, a broader group, a broader, I think, approach and point of view for the country. And I think, you know, part of, you know, to Lauren's point, kind of that old guard is like, you know, how can we continue to work together or maneuver, you know, kind of with and around each other to actually get to something that helps us all. And so, you know, I think on some level that had to be kind of one of those, you know, guiding tenets for him in that way. And so, you know, regardless of how it came across, I think that, you know, people out of his camp would say that he was definitely kind of fighting for the greater democracy in that way. And I think that that's something that kind of always followed him, regardless of.
It sounds like you see him, though, as being well-intended, despite some real criticism from Democrats.
Sure, well-intended for sure, maybe, but I think more so of just kind of the goal of, like, democracy being kind of at the forefront, and I think that can be respected, especially with some of the shenanigans we see coming from the Hill these days on a more consistent basis. It's one of those things where you can, you know, kind of look to see or expect someone to be kind of where you expect them to be, as opposed to kind of popping up all over the place. And so in that way, I think that can be respected.
Thoughts from Alvin Jordan and, of course, Lauren Tomlinson with breaking news here on Bloomberg. Joe Lieberman has died, the former senator from Connecticut, former vice presidential nominee for the Democratic Party, was 82 years old. We'll have a lot more ahead on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Supreme Court heard a case to gut access to medication that was approved by the FDA 20 years ago to give women a choice. Folks, if America sends me a Congress that are Democrats, I promise you, Tom and I will restore Roe v. Wade as the law of the land again.
President Biden in Raleigh, North Carolina, just yesterday, as the Supreme Court was hearing arguments about potentially restricting access to mifepristone, the abortion pill, at least through the mail. Back with us now, our political panel. Lauren Tomlinson, partner at Steer PR, is at the table, along with Alvin Jordan of Rock Solutions. Lauren, this has seen the issue of abortion as a major problem for Republicans going into this general election. We've seen a number of specials, including one just yesterday in Alabama, but also the midterm elections where this has been hanging over Republican candidates. This renewal of the conversation based on the Supreme Court case in Washington now has Joe Biden with this back in the stump speech again. Are there single issue voters who Republicans will just never win over on this?
Yes, I do think that any time that abortion policy is on the table, it is to the benefit of Democrats, because Republicans have traditionally had a really difficult time sketching out a more moderate position, in which is we see the polling for Americans overwhelmingly support very moderate policies for abortion. I think this is why you saw Nikki Haley early on go out and support, for example, after Roe v. Wade was overturned, more of a 15-week compromise around that. It's why you see Trump backtracking on it as well, and making sure that he doesn't isolate the pro-life, very active base of Republican politics, but still gives a nod towards those independent voters, especially women all across the country that really care about this issue and access. I think the problem with the Supreme Court continuing to have to weigh in on these is that it leaves so many questions about the abortion access care that women are having to deal with. And, you know, pregnancy and childcare and birth and fertility, all of those are very complicated issues for women. And they are very motivating. And so I think that any time it's across party lines, I think you're going to see this issue continue to really motivate women. And they're an important voting bloc in presidential elections.
Well, that's for sure. The IVF ruling by the Supreme Court in Alabama was really what put this back on the front page, back on the front burner here. And remarkable to see what happened there yesterday, Alvin. Marilyn Lands, not a household name. This is a state rep, not a member of Congress, flipped the seat to Democrats after running on this issue in the wake of the IVF ruling. Can we actually extrapolate a national trend from what happened there, or at least add to what we think is one?
Well, I think Lauren just kind of mentioned, or at least hit on it somewhat, which is it's a motivating issue. It is, I think, for the Biden administration, almost a breath of fresh air, in the sense that it gives them something to actually come back out in which ears will listen to what they have to say. Sure. And so I would just expect to see more of it. It's one of those, if the defense can't stop it, let's keep running the same play type of situations.
It sure seems like it. Like, this wasn't in Massachusetts. This was in Alabama.
That's right. Exactly.
How does that come out when you look at the country as a whole, though?
Well, because
you factor in blue states, and you've got a story to tell.
Taking the policy aside and just looking at the issue on its just merits, it's something that is one of those things that more people not only care about, but are starting to talk about in a way that I think is just more on the forefront. Like it is. I mean, post Dobbs, like it is something that I think is truly lighting a fire under vast just swaths of people, regardless of where you fall. And I think the Biden administration will continue to play up.
Well, obviously, it's going to be a massive campaign issue, along with things like the border, along with the economy, and you wonder how some voters are going to stack these. It's starting to sound like, and based on what I heard earlier this hour, that funding this bridge replacement in Baltimore is going to be a campaign issue. It's certainly going to be a debate here after the president asked for a fully federally funded replacement. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg joined me earlier to talk about this recovery effort. Here he is.
We're going to process this request immediately. We've got to make sure that funding is not a source of delay in getting to work. And even this afternoon, our Federal Highways Administration team already sitting down with the Maryland DOT to talk design, procurement, and what it's going to take to scope and launch that project of getting a new bridge built.
Lauren, he's talking about an emergency funding request from the state of Maryland. The administration will, of course, act on that. What is the congressional debate over what we're now hearing is going to be a $2 billion price tag on a bridge.
Yeah, I mean, they had enough trouble just passing like their normal appropriations bills recently. But traditionally, this is something, the supplemental funding for things like this has been very popular. Bridges are just something that the country needs. So even though that there's big price tags, I don't anticipate that there is going to be a huge fight here.
So maybe it's not controversial. We're going to hear about some public-private partnership. What would be preferred if not this?
Well, I think that something like that, I think, will come if there's the liability issues that I think the Transportation Secretary mentioned at some point, that there may be some sort of basically the federal government needs to act, Congress needs to act. We need to get this bridge built because it has so much of an impact on our infrastructure and, like we said, shipping and everything else, people getting their goods and services. But ultimately, if it comes down that they're the liability that the company is going to have to also pay, then you could see more of them having to pay back or some sort of public-private partnership there.
Well, I suspect he's going to be talking about this tomorrow. A massive fundraiser in New York. Joe Biden sharing a stage with Barack Obama and Bill Clinton. This is like the Democrat Mount Rushmore, basically. But I have to ask you, Alvin, about this while we have some time. Barack Obama brings something quantifiable, brings a few things quantifiable. Bill Clinton potentially brings a lot of baggage. And before I have you answer that, we're going to go listen to Wes Moore. The governor of Maryland has just begun speaking at a briefing at the bridge collapse site. Let's listen live on Bloomberg.
To begin search and rescue. This morning, we had divers in the water starting at 6 a.m. for search and recovery. This is not a conclusion. It's a continuation. And we take this phase just as seriously and just as personally as we took the last phase. And I want to thank, as always, all of our first responders, the Maryland State Police, the Coast Guard, the Natural Resources Police, Baltimore City Police Departments, in Baltimore County, Baltimore City,
Wes Moore speaking live there with an update. We'll let you know if he delivers any breaking news on the situation in this recovery effort. We still have 6 people presumed dead, and of course a massive project underway that begins with clearing the way in the port, with the cleanup and restoration of operations in the port of Baltimore. There are still some 40 ships that are locked in the port here carrying cargo, and they have begun taking cargo off of those ships while we wait to see the dolly itself moved. It is currently holding hazardous materials among other cargo in those containers, and so they're taking a very slow and methodical approach at that. It's something that we'll keep you posted on here, with divers and submersibles getting back in the water today to gauge the level of damage potentially on the bottom of that ship. I'm sorry we were interrupted in our conversation with Lauren Tomlinson and Alvin Jordan. I thank both of our panelists as always, and I can assure you they will be back soon. Thanks to you both, along with Kaylee Lyons, by the way, who's been on duty in Baltimore. She'll be back here with us tomorrow on Balance of Power. Check out the Washington Edition newsletter on the terminal and online for news on all the stories we talked about today. And thank you for joining us on Balance of Power. We'll see you back here tomorrow on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This has not been a great time for genius. The people who claim to have it do not seem to qualify for it. The people who diagnose it, others seem to have a